Look at that.
Look at and within 30 seconds. Look at this. Wow. This is a fast time. It's a fast field this morning. I mean, Arch in 45 seconds. Arch, most days, that'd win you the gold. Coffin Ball was like, what do you mean I won silver?
Or do they even know what we're talking about?
No, I don't. I would think by now they do.
You never know. We're becoming a nation. We're leading in golds, Jules. This is now getting to.
Apparently now, Jules, we're worth talking about. If you think the 5,000 meter is boring, how about the 10,000, which I actually watched?
Sorry.
Yeah, Gabby Thomas was awesome. Tell you what, the kid who won the 1,500. Coffin Ball coming in high and hard with his opinions on the Olympics this morning. Just so you know, you only got about 4.5 days left. And yes, holy smokes. Yep. People waking up this morning to, oh my goodness, the White Sox won.
First thing I checked when I got up. Very first thing. I was really disappointed too. That's a flaw.
Enjoying others' misery.
Thank you, Coffin Bob. Need those subscriptions to get back up. Got to start paying for our Arrakis.
Right. Yeah. We're finding out what a lot of small business owners are finding out. There are a lot of little expenses. Morning, Albar. You bet the White Sox, brown chicken? I thought he was listed as second string. Oh, yeah, that's right. He was listed as third string. I think that Sean Payton messing with everybody. Ambient. I wouldn't worry about it. They had a drill the other day. He actually took the first team reps. So I wouldn't worry about it, Ambient. I think Sean thinks he's being too cute by half. Well, wouldn't it be first time since Elway?
Coming at you from the Floor Monster Four Markers, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this first Wednesday of August. Hope your week is going well, and we'll get over the hump together, shall we? How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. That's how you can keep up with us. Text the show 21,000. You may have to put in the new keyword Miller to get through the security gate. Once you do, you're in forever. Complain, compliment, make your comments about what's going on in the world. Ask your questions, 21,000, the text line. Check us out, Twitch chat room. Week from today, Phil Steele will be on, in which he'll do an exclusive segment on Twitch. 2 segments on the radio, and in the middle, an exclusive 6 to 7 minute segment on Twitch. So twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. Check us out. Good morning, Mark. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good night's sleep last night. Didn't watch a ton of Olympics. Watched a little bit during the day. Kind of had it on in the background. It goes on for this. This lasts a long time. These Olympics. They don't ever seem to end, David.
You're just figuring that out. It's 17 days of television, and it's about 16 of actual events. Yeah. Yeah, you got the opening ceremonies, you got the closing ceremonies, and Mark, in between, you got 15 full days.
Full days. And
Yeah,
now we're on to the track and field. I watched a little field. I watched a little hammer throw yesterday, David. That was my fun event to watch. The women's hammer throw.
The women's hammer throw?
Yes.
Okay.
We took a silver. Lost to Canada.
Which to you then it doesn't count, right?
It counts, but golds are what matter. The medals are great, and I am excited for every athlete that receives a gold, silver, or bronze medal. For them individually, it is a great accomplishment. For me as a sports fan, for me as a United States citizen, I want us to win the gold medal count. That is what I count as winning the Olympics, not the total medals. How many golds you win? How many wins do you get? That's how I count a win in the Olympics.
That could be the poll question. Which country is number one? The country with the most medals, the country with the most gold medals?
Done.
And
I don't care. See, here's the thing. Unlike you, David, if I lose the poll question in your world, it's okay, because it's simply my opinion. You, I think, are on the side of whoever wins the most medals.
I always have been. I have never, in all the years, and I go back to the first Olympics I remember, 76. I was 10. And to me, it's always been most medals. Always. And in the Summer Olympics, we usually have the most medals. You go back to the Cold War days, it was a pretty close battle between us and the Soviet Union.
And there you go. Throw that into the fact that there are no Soviets there competing. We've got to win the gold medal count. We are at such a competitive advantage in these Olympic Games that if we don't win the gold medal count, I would consider it a loss.
Okay. Well, we're winning right now.
I know.
Right,
you're damn right we are. Red, white, and blue winning is what we're doing, David.
It took over a week and a half, but we have the lead in the gold medal count. I sense your morale is much better now that we're a couple of golds ahead of China.
I'm loving it.
And besides, they're cheating like crazy. That's the word on the street. And we're still beating them. That's how good we are. Or that's how many extra events they've added that we are good at. One or the other.
There are a lot more events than I remember.
Yes, there are. Yes.
As I caught a little women's wrestling yesterday, I went, well, how long have we been doing this? And, we won a gold in that, too.
We did, a 20-year-old. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And apparently she dominated. She gave up like 2 points the whole tournament. Yeah, she was terrific. Apparently, by the way, that's a 21st century thing. I think that's 2004, I think, is when they've been doing women's wrestling since. But once again, unless we're winning gold, you're not really paying attention.
This gold medal channel, the Gold Zone, David, keeps
Yeah.
me in touch with what's going on.
So now, is it still a bit frenetic, the Gold
It
Zone?
is. It is. They're giving you a lot of action, but if you're used to the red zone, it's similar. I mean, it's just, I think they're doing a pretty good job of trying to get you from sport to sport to try to explain a little bit, but it's crazy from time to time. It moves quickly.
Well, we're doing well. Okay. You knew we would. Okay. Yep. The gymnastics, the pool, that was going to be competitive. But come on, man. Once we get to the track and once we get out in the field, I mean, we're pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. So the medals are adding up. We're gonna have 30, 40 more medals than anybody else. Now it's just a matter of will we win the gold medal count so that we are the true champions, according to Mark Miller.
The most golds, the one that wins the most. Isn't that the ultimate American decision? We want to win.
Well, we do, but just see, here's the problem with that, though. Then that means that if you don't win gold, you're not successful. We go through this with seasons, with teams. Obviously, only one can win the championship. So if you, make it to the finals and get beat, if you make it to the conference finals and get beat, a baseball team, what if you lose in the LCS? Well, it depends on who you are.
And I think the ultimate one, you could talk about that with, is college football, David. There
Right.
were a lot more winners not that long ago in college football. Now there's only one.
Right. We asked the question just last week. What's the most important thing to you as a college football fan? Beating your rival or making the playoff? And now apparently the playoff is more important than beating your arch rival. That was a tough one for me, I got to be honest. That was a tough one. A 52-48 one. I felt like I was the incumbent. I felt like beating your arch rival had been in office for a very long time, Mark. And I knew that there was a young challenger that I wasn't going to be able to hold off forever in making the playoff, but I thought I had one more election in me.
And David, it was a Senate election. It wasn't a presidential. You'd been there for a while. This had been South Carolina. You'd been there for a couple of terms, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, Mark, I'm chairing at least one committee.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, beating your arch rival? Are you kidding? Oh, no. No, I've got seniority. Yeah. Over just about everybody.
You're falling asleep in meetings. You've been there so long, if you know what I mean.
I don't even have to go to the meetings and people will vote for me. I've been there so long. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, boy. But took it on the L. Just took a big one too. That's it. You're out. I mean, there's no, this ain't a best 2 out of 3 either. So that's the other thing why I feel in certain events, like when the American in the 10,000 meters, I mean, we hardly ever even medal in that sucker. And that guy, came from behind, ended up winning bronze. He thought he was going to have silver. He got edged out at the line, but he medaled. That was something to really celebrate. That was a surprise.
Once again, David, what I said earlier, I still believe for an individual, medaling is fantastic. For me, looking at the Olympics on the whole, it is, do we win the gold medal count? I can watch an event and feel really good about somebody getting a silver or a bronze. I can. But, like, for instance, Simone Biles won silver in the floor.
Mm-hmm.
That was a disappointment for her. She was heavily favored to win that event.
Mm-hmm.
That should have been a gold.
Hell of a story, though, about the gold medalists overcoming not one, not two, but 3 torn ACLs. Which is why, by the way, Simone Biles and Suni Lee had that gesture on the podium where they bowed to her because they know what she's overcome. I thought it was an incredible moment of sportsmanship. Some in this country have criticized Simone Biles and Suni Lee, going, "What are you doing congratulating the winner like that?" It's just kind of where we are.
Yeah, I mean, Simone, they're just looking to criticize her. They got mad because her husband was wearing her gold medal.
Right. I mean,
They got mad because she complimented someone that beat her.
by the way, we haven't talked about that. Do you know the Bears let him go?
Yeah.
Okay, he's not. I mean, he's a backup at best. I mean, when they signed him away from Green Bay, the thought was he was, going to be part of the rotation. He was going to be first backup, if you will. But I mean, he's not guaranteed a roster spot.
And they're letting him miss training camp to go to the Olympics.
And he's been there. He was there, the whole time.
Right.
He didn't fly in for a 2.5-dayer, if you know what I mean. A little 3-day, 2-night hotel thing. No. I mean, he was there, opening ceremonies, everything. I mean, he was there nearly 2 weeks, and now he's showing up. He's just going to pop in. Hell, the Bears already darn near have 2 exhibition games under their belt by the time he comes back. Don't be surprised if he gets cut.
Can't cut him.
Why
On
not?
the Olympic year.
No. He asked for permission. They said, in an Olympic year. What, you can cut him in a non-Olympic year?
Yes. What kind of sportsmanship is that?
And I think the sportsmanship was letting him go. No, you're excused, and not guaranteed a roster spot, but you're excused. I mean, that could have been a poll question, by the way, about him. And, if you're the Bears, do you let him go? For how long? If you're him, are you crazy? Could cost yourself your career here. So we got a lot of possibilities for a poll question is what I'm saying. Got a good show lined up for you. Hey, trust us on it. We'll tell you more about it on the other side, Miller and Moulton. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, well, it's all about Hard Knocks. No, it is a TV show. And Hard Knocks is a spinoff. That's true. Oh, don't worry, Ambient. They are. Oh, man. Ambient, I don't know. Maybe because it's not a sport. I don't know. And I'm just messing with you about it's not a sport. Although you could argue it's an activity, but
All right. How do you want to word that? Who wins? What do you consider winning the Olympics?
yes. Most total medals, most gold medals. Also, and I'll be serious in the Twitch chat room for a second. If you were to make bowling an Olympic sport, do you do it like soccer, where you kind of separate, the elite, and like, do you allow those on the PBA tour to be in the Olympics, or do you want it to be more of the rec league people? That's a good question. If bowling was an Olympic sport,
Then the Olympics should end as we know it. The moment, but what in the hell are we talking about?
If bowling were an Olympic sport, what Olympics do you put it in, winter or summer? I actually like that question.
There's another answer that I can't say because it gets me in trouble in today's world. But
My eyes are burning this morning. Well, you're with Mark. Most gold medals is what counts to you. Never did for me. It's funny. I never even, that's why it stunned me so much when Mark said that a week or so ago. I was like, really? I've never thought of it that way.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, top of the morning to you. Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll check in with the Steelers in a little more than an hour. Ray Fittipaldo will join us because, well, they probably have the training camp, which is making about as much noise as any. A legitimate quarterback battle? We didn't think there was one, but with Russell Wilson starting camp injured, is there now one? And Steelers still very much in the mix for Brandon Ayuk. So we'll talk to Ray Fittipaldo about the Steelers. It's a hump day. That means Seth Everett will join us. And the White Sox won. You sound like, is that making birdie when you're 13 over par? What kind of applause was that?
David, I was starting to really enjoy this losing streak. It was just getting to the point where it's like you could sink your teeth into it and said, can they go for 30? Can we get a record here? And they fell way short of what my expectations of the White Sox were. A big win for their club, a bad win for baseball.
Bad win for baseball. I have to be honest. I don't take joy in others' misery all that often, but I did want the streak to get to at least 23. It would have tied the all-time record for longest losing streak in the modern era anyway. A Phillies team, I think in 60, lost 23 in a row. But also, it would have meant that they would have returned home Friday, losers of 23 in a row, to host the crosstown rival Cubs on fireworks night. So we were going to have a fireworks celebration after the game Friday, win or lose, which would have been fitting, I thought. A, if they snapped the streak, and B, if they set the all-time record and it comes off as if they're celebrating it. So that is my disappointment, Mark. Once I found that out, once they got to like 19, and that's, it's like, hey, if you extrapolate this out. So that is my disappointment.
And it's a just disappointment, David, because that would have made for a hell of a night, no doubt. Fireworks night between the Cubs and the White Sox with the Major League Baseball losing record on the line.
They had not won since the All-Star break. It had been nearly 4 weeks with the All-Star break thrown in since they had won a game. That's remarkable. That's stunning. That's tough to comprehend.
Think they lose 6 or 7 more now after they broke it?
What is this, like DiMaggio's hitting streak? 56
right.
in a row, he gets snapped, then he hits in 17 straight afterwards? Well, I think you have to load up on the A's today, don't you? I mean, it's a getaway game. Are the White Sox going to lose 21 in a row and then win a series? I mean, don't you have to bet the A's today hard? I don't know. Then again,
yes. If I were to bet baseball, I would be betting the A's hard today.
I will say we've got a couple of makeup doubleheaders today. So
well, that's a different story. That's just a system.
Right. So our system's going to be at work a couple times today. Yankees, Angels, and Arizona Guardians, both with double dips today. So a couple of chances to bet right there.
Couple of little business items. The text line's open at 21,000. As David mentioned, you need to type the keyword Miller. If you have not texted the show in a while, it's a new keyword. It's the same number. But more importantly, our Fantasy Football Summit is just around the corner. It is August 20th, 2 weeks from yesterday. Bell Tower Shops, Shoeless Joe's. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Great night with Dr. Roto for you to win your fantasy league. You get all the advice from one of the leading experts in the game, Dr. Roto, on hand to take your questions, to hand you his cheat sheet, and help you win your fantasy league. August 20th at Shoeless Joe's. Go to millerandmoulton.com to sign up.
So we're kicking you-know-what in the Olympics, and the White Sox kicked you-know-what last night. Pretty much the lead stories in the world of sports, although we did bring this up yesterday. Talked a little Niners yesterday.
And what happened with the Niners yesterday, David?
And we threw out there, hey, you know who was healthy all of last year? Christian McCaffrey. Do you know up until last year who had struggled for 3-4 years in a row staying healthy? Christian McCaffrey. Mark, who got hurt at practice yesterday for the Niners?
Christian McCaffrey, David. Calf injury. Looks like he's going to be out for the rest of camp.
Right. Yeah. Next time you'll see Christian McCaffrey, they say, will be Monday, September 9th against the Jets. Okay. Just knocking on wood, crossing fingers here. Couple of guys on that team, a couple of guys on every team that are really key. What if all of a sudden Christian McCaffrey has an injury-plagued year and Brandon Ayuk's getting traded? Now tell me what you think of the Niners. Oh, yeah, Trent Williams is holding out.
Beat me to it, David. That was the next point of emphasis with this team. So Ayuk, sitting out. Trent Williams, sitting out. And now Christian McCaffrey's out for the rest of the preseason.
And I know people are sick and tired of this because they've been doing so much winning. It's kind of like when you had to give the Patriots all their plaudits for 2 decades. It does, however, make you look at what the Chiefs have done here and go, wow, you guys really have it together. Because it's not like the Chiefs haven't had injuries. It's not like the Chiefs haven't had people wanting more money. It's not like the Chiefs haven't had holdouts. Hell, didn't Chris Jones miss the opener last year against the Lions?
That's fact, David.
Didn't they have to trade their top corner during the offseason because he wasn't going to sign the contract that they wanted? And they're like, we're not going to be able to afford him. Might as well unload him now, which is essentially what the Niners are being forced to do with Brandon Ayuk, or at least they feel they're being forced to do. Got to give the Chiefs a lot of credit, not just for the winning, but they've dealt with this stuff, and they seemingly have dealt with it better than everybody else deals with it also.
They've met it head on from Tyreek Hill on, of making tough decisions of when to get rid of a player. A little bit of the Branch Rickey philosophy of getting rid of him a year too soon than a year too late. And so far, they've been right more than they've been wrong when they've been able to get rid of players.
Now, it does help when you have a Patrick Mahomes.
There's no doubt.
It does. And also, they are really well coached on both sides of the ball. Andy Reid on offense, Steve Spagnuolo on defense. They're not losing the brain game very often.
I think the defensive side of the ball has gone largely unnoticed because of Mahomes and Reid and what they do on that side of the football.
Well, that side of the ball carried them last year through the playoffs. It really did. From the second half of the Bills game right on through the AFC Championship game, and then making sure the Niners didn't get into the end zone, forcing them to kick field goals. And eventually Mahomes was able to make a play and win. I'm curious, can Kelsey stay healthy this year? He's getting up there.
And he's talked about the grind and how hard it is to get back. Almost a precursor, as if something could happen.
And with their wide receiving core being as okay as it is, he's pretty valuable. The starting 5 is next.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th at 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David
This is Miller and Moulton.
John Belushi interviewing Gilda Radner as Olga Corbett. uh, Just beware of making conclusions based on Hard Knocks.
I still have to watch the draft, the Giants draft Hard Knocks. I quit right before that one.
Apparently, they showed the Giants draft board and all the color coded and everything.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Our poll question yesterday, what punishment do you think the NCAA is going to hand down to Michigan in the cheating scandal? And 52% of you said nothing. Zip, zilch, nada. 38% of you said, oh, they're going to take away some wins. 10% of you said, I think they're going to go after the natty. That was our poll question yesterday. Today's poll question, it's an either or. So what do you consider winning the Olympics? Total medals or most gold medals?
You know, the one for first place.
And right now, those of you who are siding with Mark Miller, 58 to 42%. Most golds is apparently winning the Olympics. I'm a total medal guy myself. And so, of course, if it's my answer, it's losing the poll question.
There aren't winners and losers in poll questions, David. There are just answers.
Really? Which is funny because you make winners and losers in the Olympics, okay, but not with poll questions.
It's just one's opinion. That's all.
No, I understand. Mark, I kind of feel like the audience is my marriage. I haven't been in the majority in a long time.
I thought you won. I thought the rivals ended up beating the playoff by just a touch. See, I thought you've had a couple of wins recently.
No, playoff beat rivals 52 to 48.
Oh, it came back and won.
Uh-huh.
That's where this all started. That's
Right.
really,
Yep.
that's really
Miami-Dade County. Yep. Miami-Dade County crushes me. Okay. I can't tell you how many times I go to bed and I'm winning. And then I wake up to find the late tally coming in from the last precincts. Mm-hmm. So anyway, go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. What is it to you, total medals or most gold medals, as to who has bragging rights coming out of the Olympics?
The starting five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Well, number 1 is the Olympics, and for what it's worth, the U.S. leads in both major categories. Total medals, they're whooping China, 86 to 59, and heck, we've now gone ahead of them in gold medals, 24 to 22. Yesterday, the U.S. won 11 medals, including 4 gold. Cole Hacker won the 1,500-meter race on the men's side. Gabby Thomas, the 200-meter race on the women's side. A 20-year-old, Amet Allure, won the wrestling gold medal. We won the surfing gold medal in Tahiti. It was a good day for the U.S. yesterday. Men's hoops whooped up on Brazil. A win and a cover by 35, 122-87. All 12 players played, by the way. Nobody played more than 21 minutes. Steve Kerr's finally got this figured out as to how do you use the whole roster. Don't know if he'll continue to do it or not. Quick sidebar. And listen, I like Steve Kerr. I do. I know some people, don't like him because of his politics. We don't do that on this show. Miller and Moulton, we judge you by sports. You guys, whatever conclusions you want to make about sports people and actors based on their politics, that's on you. But why is Steve Kerr getting all this credit for the way he's using the U.S. roster? Oh, it's brilliant. Come on. Who have we played that we were going to lose to? I mean, seriously. I mean, Mark, what do you think our record would be if you were coaching Team USA?
It'd be the same exact record it is now.
I mean, now going forward, maybe we got 2 games left.
Maybe
a substitute, maybe. But Canada got upset yesterday, by the way. France upset Canada. A lot of people thought Canada was the second best team in the tournament. 10 NBA players on Team Canada. And France beat them. And they're out. That's it. See you. No medal. Very disappointing. U.S. women's soccer, by the way.
See, if we were in Canada right now, by the way, David, I think the vote would go your way. Total medals would win in Canada.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, they're nicer. They're just more accepting of things. It's not win at all costs, except for hockey.
Where they can't win.
Where they can't win, right. And that's the one they really care about.
Right.
Although they can win in the Olympics. All right. Canada said, going back to Salt Lake there when Crosby and the golden goal. I mean, they've done okay in the Olympics in hockey. It's just, they can't win a Stanley Cup. They're not doing all that great in World Juniors most years either. All right. U.S. women's soccer 1-0 over Germany. We needed the overtime, if you will. They call it extra time, the 15 minutes we scored in the first 15-minute quarter, and beat Germany 1-0. We're in the final against Brazil. It's our first time in the Olympic final in 12 years. We usually do really well in the World Cup, not as well in the Olympics. Obviously, last time, we didn't do all that well in the World Cup. A little redemption tour for the U.S. women's national team in this Olympics.
We'll see. It'll be a redemption tour if they win. Silver doesn't do anything for me with women's soccer. That's gold or bust. That is a gold or bust sport.
You do know we entered the Olympics ranked 5th in the world.
I don't care.
Okay, just saying.
We dominated the sport for a quarter century, and now we're ranked 5th. What the hell's going on?
You sound like an Alabama football fan there. Just saying, because Alabama, I think, was ranked 5th in the coaches poll. And you sound like an Alabama football. I don't care what we're ranked. We should win the whole damn thing, or it has not been a good year. I have to admit, I've never met anybody from Alabama who sounded like that. And I've met a lot of people.
Hell, David, I think you got to win the whole thing.
NFL, Christian McCaffrey, calf injury, out for the rest of the preseason. Brandon Ayuk, free to negotiate a trade with all 31 teams. Patriots pulled out last night. Patriots said, listen, we put a hell of a trade offer on the table, and we think we've offered Ayuk the most money. He clearly doesn't want to play here, so we're out. He apparently wants to play in Pittsburgh or Washington. Washington's already said, yeah, we're out. The Steelers and Niners are negotiating. The Niners said we won't do a deal unless you include one of these 3 players, and the Steelers not willing to include one of those 3 players. The Browns, meanwhile, apparently have an offer on the table of Amari Cooper and a draft pick. And Ayuk doesn't want to play in Cleveland, apparently. So we'll see. Former Dolphins offensive lineman Connor Williams ends up signing with the Seahawks, 1 year, $3 million base. He could earn another 3 in incentives. And Dwayne Thomas, a controversial figure back in the Cowboys when the Cowboys had yet to win a Super Bowl, and he helped them get to their first Super Bowl, and then the next year beat the Dolphins in the Super Bowl, was the leading rusher in Super Bowl VI, and then never played for the Cowboys again. Held out and was out of the league within 3 years. Dwayne Thomas died at the age of 77. College football news. We haven't talked about this yet. FIU making some headlines yesterday.
Getting paid
And signing Pitbull. I don't know what position he's going to play, but he signed a naming rights deal with FIU, which is now playing in Pitbull Stadium for the next 5 years. He's paying $1.2 million a year. He also has a 5-year option at the same rate if he wants to continue it. It's the first ever naming rights deal with an entertainer in college sports history. Pitbull gets 10 free dates at the 20,000 seat stadium to do with however he pleases. If he wants to hold concerts and pocket all the money, if he wants to book other acts. Also, Pitbull's got a vodka line, and they're going to serve it at the stadium and other events. So, Pitbull Stadium for FIU. You know, I wanted to have some fun with that today. If you had that kind of money, what would you sponsor? I mean, we can
Well,
go
you know, my favorite stadium of all time from a name standpoint is where the Dolphins play when Joe Robbie named it Joe Robbie Stadium.
Right. Well,
I built it. I paid for it.
Right.
I'm putting my name on it.
Right. Well, I mean, Pitbull just put his name on a stadium.
He did.
Yeah. Had to pay for it, though. Well, much like Joe Robbie.
Not nearly as much.
No, it's definitely got a deal. Right. Mm-hmm.
This is interesting. And I think the most interesting part about it is that he gets the use of the venue for 10 days a year.
E.B. Hill in our Twitch chat room wonders, do we now call it the Pit?
I don't know, but I'm trying to get a hold of Pitbull to see if he'll buy this radio show.
And we won't charge him $1.2 million either.
No, but we could be the Pitbull Radio Network starting tomorrow.
We sure could. All right, Major League Baseball in front of 5,867 in Oakland. The White Sox won a game. Yay! They had lost 21 in a row. Andrew Benintendi. Do you remember when he played Major League Baseball? He's hitting like 206 this year. He had a 2-run homer last night. White Sox 5-1 over the A's. Yay! Yankees got rained out and moved into first place because the Orioles got beaten Toronto 5-2. Cleveland and Arizona got rained out, so the Yankees and Angels and the Guardians and the Diamondbacks will both play double dips today. Remember, our system, whoever loses game 1, that's who you bet on in game 2. You win well over 70% of your bets. Just saying. Cubs beat the Twins 7-3. Twins now 4 back of the Guardians. Hey, the Red Sox doing what they needed to do. They went into KC again and beat the Royals 6-5. They're a half a game behind KC for the final wild card spot, although they actually lead the Royals in the loss column. Phillies beat the Dodgers 6-2. Did you hear about this one, Mark? So in the 9th inning, all right, Edmundo Sosa and Kyle Schwarber go back-to-back right after an earthquake.
Excuse me?
Yes. There was an earthquake, you know, one of those 3-point something on the scale.
Right.
And then, they went, I'll be darned, little earthquake. And then the 9th place hitter and the 1st place hitter came to the plate and hit back-to-back homers. 6-2 Phillies over the Dodgers. Brewers 10-0 over the Braves. Willie Adames had not one but 2 2-run homers. Colorado doubled up the Mets 6-3. Mets are 2 back of Arizona for the final playoff spot in the National League. Cardinals 4 in the second, held off the Rays 4-3. Rays 4.5 back for a wild card. Padres, hottest team in baseball since the All-Star break, 6-0 over the Pirates. Donovan Solano, 4 hits, 4 RBIs. In front of 79-48 in Miami. The Reds beat the Marlins 8-2. Last chance for our Reds, Mark. They've taken the first 2 of the 4-game series. They got 2 more opportunities. They sweep the Marlins. They get to within a game of 500. This is it. This is it for the Reds this week and weekend. Have to sweep the Marlins, win 2 out of 3 over the weekend, start next week at 500 to have any chance not to make the playoffs, folks. We just bet the Reds over on the over-under. That's all we're worried about.
That's all we're worried about. That's why we are Reds fans on this show.
Exactly. De La Cruz Sorry, Mark. De La Cruz 4 for 5 for the second game in a row. Houston doubled up Texas 4-2, and when Seattle lost to Detroit 4-2, that meant that, Seattle's lead in the West is now a half a game. By the way, Framber Valdez, he threw the no-no last year. Mark, 2 outs of the ninth. He had a no-no last night, walked the guy, and then Corey Seager hit a 2-run homer. He still got the win. Nats over the Giants 11-5. San Francisco drops back below 500. And Billy Beane, not the Moneyball Billy Beane, the other Billy Beane, who made headlines when he came out 25 years ago in an interview with the Miami Herald. Not a lot of Major League Baseball players came out of the closet back in the day. In fact, there's still not a lot doing it. Billy Beane died of cancer at the age of 60 yesterday. Not the Moneyball Billy Beane, the other Billy Beane. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was
the Starting Five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
You think of all the pitchers that have never thrown no-hitters. And I mean, I don't believe Maddox threw one. Pedro never threw one. I mean, it's a staggering list of great pitchers who never threw a no-hitter. And Framber Valdez was 1 out away last night from his second.
Who's that again?
Framber Valdez. I mean, he's a good lefty.
I got you.
Yeah.
But it's Framber Valdez.
Right.
Just rolls right off the tongue. Household name.
Well, it did last night. Let me tell you, he was cruising to the ninth.
Yes, he was.
Miller and Moulton. Ray Fittipaldo to talk to Steelers. What a training camp they're having in about 45 minutes here on Miller and Moulton. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Gentlemen, has your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle? Well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So close to his second. No, he threw one last year. Yeah, K. Robbins, tough not to root for every 3-year-old, right? I don't know if he ever came close to winning a Cy Young either. Listen, it's tough to make the argument that anybody was better than Greg Maddux. Hey, Kevin. What's up? No. I don't know. I'm more interested in the pitcher than the fielder at that position, but it could break a tie.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. We're getting over it together. Hope your week has gone well, although many of us were caught in the tropical storm / Hurricane Debbie, and hope everybody who is listening has made it through okay, especially those listening on our Lake City affiliate. We know you guys got hit the hardest, at least directly, and we hope that that you and your family and friends are okay. 21,000 is our text line. Text anything that's on your mind. You may have to send us a new keyword. Use the old one. That doesn't work anymore. So keyword Miller. Miller. Yeah, Moulton's not a part of this. Text line, it's all Mark. Twitch chat room, Moulton's a part of. Text line, I'm iced out. Keyword Miller.
You know, David's playing a little passive aggressive here with us. And what I find interesting is that David did the rejoiners. He wrote all the lines. And as I was putting them together, he kind of got me back without even realizing it. Because one of them says, and here's David Moulton. And I went, I'll be damned. Look at that.
Do you know why I did that, though? Because you know me. I'm not passive aggressive. Neither are you. We just go right into the other's face. We'll start to really worry about the other, and passive aggressive enters a relationship. It's like, hey, what's wrong? You're not like this. What's going on? So do you know why? There are a lot of people, because the show is named Miller and Moulton, and yet I am the first voice that you hear coming out of every break. There are a lot of people that think I'm you. There are people in the Twitch chat room who call me Mark.
I'm sorry about that.
No. And
that,
so
that would be tough. I would do that too. That, you know what? It's just that you did that.
Like there's a show that's wrapping up in Southwest Florida. They've been on for over 30 years. They're called Stan and Haney. The first voice you always heard, though, was Stan. And so it was like, oh, okay. And yet we've always called the show Miller and Moulton. And most of the time, the first voice you hear is Moulton. And so that is actually why we had a few days in a row of a few people calling me Mark. And I just said, wow. And plus, over time, people think our voices now are very similar.
That one bothers both of us because we don't.
Right.
They're not.
We don't think so, but we've had a lot of people. I've had guests tell me after the fact, couldn't tell the two of you apart. Wow. Okay. So for the heck of it, on one of the liners, I just said, well, here's David Moulton. To those that don't quite know, the fat guy talks first. Here you go. Boom.
So the text line's 21,000. David talks first in our fantasy football summits in a couple of weeks. Those are the business items that are on hand.
13. Since we do magic numbers on this show, 13 days until the Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit, and there's only one way to be in it. Go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. There you go. It's a unique event. I don't know of 5 others like it around the country in which you get a legit, nationally renowned fantasy expert in a room, and you get his tips, who he's going to play this year and why. And then you get to ask your questions. Should I stack this? Should I do this? And he answers them for 90 plus minutes. Oh, yeah, there's food and drink. I don't know. We think it's a nice little thing we put together. I mean, it's not FIU signing Pitbull for 1.2 a year.
No, but we signed Roto for a night.
Yeah.
That's as good as we can do. We get you Dr. Roto for a night.
Right. I mean, come on. We're Miller and Moulton. What do you expect? So, listen, I threw a little phrase out there last segment of, do you know how many famous pitchers have never thrown a no-hitter?
And you looked it up during the break, didn't you?
You're darn right I did, because I wanted to make sure I got it right. Like, I knew Clemens had never thrown one. He threw a one-hitter in the playoffs. In fact, I think it was in LCS. Pedro. And I got to admit, Mark, Pedro's A game, like Pedro in 1999 with the Red Sox, in modern day, post-World War II, I don't know if there was, I don't know if there's a better pitcher ever than Pedro in 99. I mean, Gooden's 85, Clemens 86, Maddox is 93. I mean, you throw them all up there. Pedro in 99 might be the guy with the best stuff I've ever seen.
Well, there's one thing you need for a no-hitter, and you've not mentioned it once in talking about them. Luck.
Yes.
You need luck. You need that line drive to be snagged. You need the outfielder make a really good play. You need the first baseman to be able to stretch and pick one up out of the dirt to get someone out at first. You need a little bit of luck for a no-hitter.
Greg Maddux never had a no-hitter. You could argue he's the best pitcher post-World War II. I mean, what do you have, 360 wins? 360, by the way. He had like 363. Him and Clemens are separated by a win. And we know Maddox wasn't cheating. Now, the strike zone was a little wider in his day, which helped him. There's no question.
And even wider when he pitched.
Yes, it was. Steve Carlton never threw a no-hitter. 6 one-hitters, by the way, for lefty. 329 wins. Never threw a no-hitter. There's only one lefty who's ever had more wins than Steve Carlton, by the way, Warren Spahn. Grover Alexander never had a no-hitter. It's a Hall of Famer, if you don't know. Musina had that perfect game into the 9th. Hall of Famer. Never threw a no-no. Fergie Jenkins, Lefty Grove, Don Sutton, Don Drysdale, Robin Roberts, Whitey Ford, Early Wynn. All Hall of Famers, by the way.
Early Wynn never threw a no-hitter.
Early Wynn and Late Wynn never threw a no-hitter.
Early Wynn sounds like it should be the name of a horse, not a baseball pitcher. And it's Early Win on the outside. Early Win for the win.
Well, okay, then, I held these names back But if you think early win should be the name of a horse or, I don't know, a food special, maybe before a big event, what about Kid Nichols?
Boxer,
What
not
about
a pitcher.
What about Three Finger Brown?
I'm going to
Just-
leave that alone.
Okay, just saying.
Everything I have is R-rated, and I don't want to say them right now.
Okay. By the way, someone who should be in the Hall of Fame but isn't, and hopefully one day we'll get there, because the fact that he's not in as a pitcher is a joke. Kurt Schilling never threw a no-hitter. Had a perfect game once in the 8th when he was with the Diamondbacks, and a guy for San Diego laid down a perfect bunt to break up the perfect game in the 8th with 1 out in the 8th.
That's an unwritten rule, isn't it?
Yeah. And then Schilling had a no-no late in his career. It might have been his final year with the Red Sox. 2 outs in the 9th in Oakland, and he gave up a single. So he had a perfect game into the 8th and a no-no 2 outs into the 9th. Talking Hall of Famers, excuse me, and one that should be, who never threw a no-hitter. And Framber Valdez of the Astros was 1 out away from his second one last night. He threw one last year, and he had 8 2/3 no-hit innings last night. And then Corey Seager hit a 2-run bomb on his last pitch of the night. 107 pitches, Mark. Couldn't throw any more. That's it. Tank's empty.
Yes. In today's world, it was.
Yeah.
The fact that they let him pitch the 9th is somewhat surprising.
Was it last week or 2 weeks ago? Well, Blake Snell over the weekend threw a no-no. He had never thrown a complete game before. He's won 2 Cy Youngs. He had never thrown a complete game before. I mean, that's modern day baseball in a nutshell right there. So he throws one, I think, Friday night for the Giants. But who was the guy who a few days earlier threw the no-hitter, 113 pitches, and he had to negotiate? It was the Padre, the second career Padres no-hitter, because Schilt, the manager, left him in. And literally, they were negotiating after the 7th inning. He had thrown 94 pitches through 7. And Schilt's like, I don't think you're going to be able to complete this, so why shouldn't I just take you out now? And they literally made a deal. If he could do the 8th inning in under 10 pitches or less, he'd keep him in the game. 9 pitches, 8th inning. And so he was 103 going to the 9th, and Schilt went, no, I'll probably catch heck for this, but yeah, give it a shot.
And probably did.
114 pitch. Crazy. It's just nuts.
The fact that we get that few completed games, I mean, we'll have more onside kicks recovered than we'll have complete games, for crying out loud.
Ooh, that's a great prop bet. How about this one? Kickoff returns for touchdowns or complete games in Major League Baseball this year.
Ooh, it's probably going to be complete games, but man, that's a lot closer than it should be.
I mean, we've had 3 no-hitters this year, so there's 3 complete games right there. But we only had 4 kickoff returns for touchdown last year. Now, the thought is with the new rules, we're going to get more, but, you know, anyway, just having a little fun.
Our poll question today revolves around the Olympics. Who do you consider the Olympic winner? Most total medals, most gold medals. Right now, most gold medals is winning. It did lead to this text question of someone wanting to basically determine they want to go hockey. 3 points for a gold, 2 points for a silver, 1 point for a bronze, David.
Well, we would win. I mean, we have 86 total medals. I think we are the leader in all 3 categories of medals. So, we would win. We have 86 total medals entering today. China has 59. So you don't have to worry about that. But it's just a matter of who do you consider to be the The country that has the best Olympics, total medals or gold medals. We are finally, yesterday, first day, that we're in the lead in the gold medal count. We have 24, China with 22.
So we're winning the Olympics.
Finally, according to Mark Miller. But apparently you're in the majority again. Golly.
People like winners, David. In fact, I don't even know if they like winners. In this country, they expect winners. Don't know if that's right, but they expect gold medals from our athletes.
Even in half the events that we kind of laugh at, that we don't even see on a regular basis? Miller and Moulton. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Nice, Jake.
Awesome. Fantastic. Look at Mongo with the Dale Earnhardt quote. Oh. There were 35 complete games in baseball last year, by the way. Basically one per team.
They get some good hip swing in that, don't they, Jules?
I have to admit, they always seem like they're right on the edge of cheating to me.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question today: what do you consider to be the country that wins the Olympics, if you will? The one with the most total medals or the one with the most gold medals? That's our poll question. Right now, the majority of you say gold medals. That's Mark's point of view. I'm a total medal guy. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Ray Fittipaldo covers the Steelers. He'll join us in a little more than 15 minutes. Make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. You only have 13 days to do so for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's Tuesday the 20th. It's at the Doubletree, Shoeless Joe's in Fort Myers. millerandmoulton.com is how you sign up. Seating is limited. We've been able to fit everybody close the last couple of years. Make sure you get registered, millerandmoulton.com. And Mark, if the number for our Fantasy Football Summit is 13, it's 17 until Florida State and Georgia Tech. It is 24 until the first big Saturday of the college football season. And 4 weeks tomorrow, 29 days away, Ravens and Chiefs to kick off the NFL season.
So everything's under 30 now.
Yes.
Had a meeting yesterday, with potential sponsor of this show, and he's like, yeah, football's right around the corner. I said, yeah. 30 days till Chiefs Ravens. He's like, what? I said, 30 days until Chiefs Ravens. It's here.
We're doing this. Hey, you've negotiated these deals before. I never have. So I'm just curious, your thoughts. FIU and Pitbull, in which the football stadium is now named Pitbull Stadium, 5 years, $1.2 million annually, basically $100,000 a month for the next 5 years, and he has the option to renew for an additional 5 years at the same price.
David, I don't know how many events they have at this venue. It seems to me like FIU got a really good deal.
He, in the deal, has the stadium rent-free 10 times a year. Whether he wants to put on a show or, people he knows he's in business with and what have you. He has the stadium rent-free 10 times a year.
And that's, to me, where he could make up the money, where this could become a win for him and for FIU for that matter.
Now, Pitbull's apparently got a line of vodka, and that vodka is going to be served at the stadium and I think at university events going forward. So he's marketing that and obviously marketing it to a young crowd. But Pitbull Stadium, $1.2 million a year is what FIU is getting out of this deal. Now, let me ask you a serious question. I don't know if you'll take it seriously, but I'm going to try. If you had Pitbull kind of money and you could throw $100,000 a month to put your name on something, what would you put your name on?
Oh, boy.
Like a bowl game, a stadium / arena.
I'm partial to bowl games, David. I would love the Mark Miller Bowl.
Would you go first name or would you just call it the Miller Bowl?
No, it would be the entire name. Like Joe Robbie Stadium, it would be the Mark Miller Bowl.
Gotcha.
MAC against Sunbelt, right here in Southwest Florida at Fort Myers High School.
You are just so mesmerized by, you just want to get 2 group of 5 conferences. You want to reconfigure a stadium that's not big enough to hold a bowl game to make it big enough. You want to add the temporary seating. You want to wear the ugly sport coat.
I already have the sport coat designed for the bowl game, David. It is key lime green with pink palm trees on it.
Wow. It's so ugly. There might be teams that refuse to play in the game.
We are going to be known when we hang out at these 9th place Big Ten games trying to get, that is a whole nother thing. What are they going to do with the damn bowl games?
Hey, don't get me started. You know what I would do with the bowl games?
You get rid of them.
I'd eliminate half of them, but ESPN's like, no, we're financing these. We get 1.5 to 3 million people to watch these bad bowl games. You know how many people watch Stephen A. Smith? 500,000. No. We're keeping the stupid bowl games.
But I think this stadium rights deal, I actually could see being a good deal on both sides. I think for FIU, they're getting a lot of money. They need the money.
Sure.
That's a win.
Mm-hmm.
In and of itself. Pitbull's getting his vodka poured at the games. That seems like that would be a win. 10 nights a year to have the venue.
Yep.
And what does it hold?
It holds 20,000. So obviously they can put, seats on the field. So, I mean, in theory, you could, 25,000, 30,000 if it's a concert and you just let everybody stand.
So I think that's where the payback is for Pitbull. I actually think this is a win-win, David. Because I don't think stadium naming right deals are worth what they once were. Announce crews don't say them that often on national broadcast. In fact, what are they only required to say them once?
Yeah, maybe once or twice. I know in an NFL broadcast, there has to be one blimp shot of the stadium. There has to be in every network broadcast. That is dictated by the league because it's, the sponsorship deals that the teams make. And so the league wants to make sure that, the Saints is it the Mercedes-Benz Superdome? I know it was. I don't know if it changed. But, so this way, you get the dome shot and it's like, what do you have the dome shot for? Well, actually to appease the sponsor and, make sure that the skids remain greased.
But like a lot of it depends on where is the stadium. For instance, where I am in Southwest Florida, I'm really close to a minor league arena, Hertz Arena. hosts an ECHL hockey team. Most everybody in Southwest Florida knows what I'm talking about. But Hertz did that deal. One, they're a local company.
Right.
So they
had
bought
just
it.
Moved there. Right.
I think bought it for a little goodwill. But the other side of it, it's on I-75. There's 40,000 cars that are driving past that building every day. That's a good deal. Not all buildings have that same type of proximity to.
Right. At Pitbull Stadium at FIU campus does not.
Right.
Right. You're not driving by this going, oh, yeah, there's Pitbull. Or, as someone in the Twitch chat room suggested, are we going to start calling it the Pit? Which, remember, they call that's the arena in Albuquerque where, New Mexico basketball plays. It's a famous arena. I think that's where, NC State beat Houston in the Pit. But anyway. Well, what would you put your name on?
A bowl game.
Okay.
I would have a bowl game. I would be like Snoop, who has his own bowl game this year. The Gin and Juice Bowl or whatever the hell it is.
Is it Feeney is saying it's the Faux Shizzle Bowl, which I don't think it is. I think doesn't he have a brand that he's selling? Isn't that in the title?
It is, and I can't find it.
Okay.
But Snoop's got a bowl.
Right. He does. He's also, by the way, sponsoring a bunch of athletes in these Olympics. Apparently, he's being paid a fortune to show up at all the places he's showing up at. And not just by NBC. I mean, apparently, sponsors and what have you are like, listen, a lot of people follow you. People take videos of you. What's it going to cost to get you at our event? So apparently he's making more money in these Olympics than Simone Biles.
Just for now. When Simone starts that after tour, that'll be a cash cow. Don't you kid yourself.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. While her husband's off playing for the Bears, she's like, well, might as well make some money. Miller and Moulton. Ray Fittipaldo, he covers the Steelers. They might be making a big trade. Talk to him next. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock. The Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
The GoDaddy.com bowl. Beef O'Brady's bowl, the Poulan Weed Eater bowl. I like the Tangerine bowl, and I'm not a fan of tangerines. I always used to go, so we have a tangerine bowl and an orange bowl. Don't you think?
All set.
Irish football back in the day, I wanted to put us on the hood of a NASCAR. That was a funny show.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the top of the hour. Seth Everett to join us at the top of the hour. Nick Murawski, who covers the White Sox. Hey, they won a game. He'll join us in a little more than an hour's time. Ray Fittipaldo is kind enough to join us once again. He covers the Steelers for the Post-Gazette in Pittsburgh. Follow Ray on X at Ray Fit with 2 T's. Ray Fit, the number 1. Ray Fit 1. Ray, it's David and Mark. Once again, thanks for doing this. How's camp going for you?
Well, it's going pretty good. Blazing hot, but we actually got some rain yesterday to cool things down. So the media and the players are happy about that, guys.
All right. Well, this is one of the teams that there's actually, I don't know, quarterback controversy, but maybe a quarterback competition going on. And with Russ not playing a whole lot, how has the quarterback competition gone, Ray, so far?
Yeah, I'll tell you guys, Justin Fields has been pretty impressive. You know, the first week of camp, he was up and down. I think this last week, since they put the pads on, he's been more consistent. And to be honest with you, I didn't have very high expectations. You know, they just traded a 6th-round pick for him. You know, you heard a lot of questionable things about, you know, his play in Chicago, turning the ball over, his inaccuracies, that sort of thing. But, you know, just based on the 2 weeks that I've seen him up in camp, I've been pretty impressed. It does seem like Russell Wilson is closer to getting back. He has a strained calf that they've been taking it easy with him. Russ is not going to play Friday night against the Texans. Would imagine Justin will probably, you know, play for a half a quarter, maybe a quarter, and, you know, let the rest of the quarterbacks play it out there. But, yeah, just in terms of Justin Fields and what I thought he was, I think he's a little bit better than what I anticipated.
This may be a foolish question, judging somebody by late July and early August, but Ray, does he look like a starting quarterback to you?
You know, I think the Steelers, if they had to, let's say this injury lingers, or let's say Russell goes down during the season, I think in a short span, 2 to 4 games, yeah, I think you can win with Justin Fields if you're the Steelers. They still have a really good defense. They got T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward, Minka Fitzpatrick. They're going to keep the points down. And whether it's Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, you know, you might only have to get to 20 or 23 points to win some games. So it's not like they have to be an offensive juggernaut. You know, you just have to be able to be better than what Kenny Pickett was last year or what, you know, Mitch Trubisky was the previous year. So it's been a struggle at quarterback the last couple of years, really, since Ben Roethlisberger retired. And, you know, hopefully for the Steelers' sake, whether it's Fields or Wilson, one of those guys will be better than those two.
Well, the rumors have been talking about who they're going to throw the ball to, and Ayuk's name keeps popping up as possibility with the Steelers, but the Steelers not giving what the Niners want. Do you think that what do you think the chances of this deal happening are?
Well, I mean, right now, guys, it seems like it's 50-50. You know, apparently I saw yesterday that Schefter reported that the Patriots dropped out of it. So now, unless another team comes into play, it's the Steelers and Browns. I suppose he can go back to the 49ers, but doesn't seem like they've really had any substantial talks for a few weeks now, or maybe even a few months. It doesn't seem like they want to keep him long term. They drafted Ricky Pearsall. They signed Jawan Jennings, so it seems like they're going to go in a different direction. So, apparently the Steelers haven't met the 49ers asking price. But to me, Ayuk holds all the cards. He doesn't have to go to the Browns. If he really wants to go to the Steelers, he can kind of force that situation. So we'll see what happens. Honestly, it's been a storyline since April, since the draft. Hasn't really gone away, but it kind of feels like this week maybe it's all going to come to a head.
Ray, what are the Steelers, as best you can tell, prepared to give up? Because obviously San Francisco would love to get a comparable wide receiver back. Well, the Steelers only have one guy on their roster that's in the area code of Ayuk, and they're not giving Pickens up. So what in the world are the Steelers going to give the Niners that the Niners are finally going to go, okay, let's do it?
Yeah. I don't think the Steelers want to give up a first-round pick in next year's draft. So I think maybe a second-round pick and another player. The Steelers do have a surplus of offensive linemen. They drafted 3 offensive linemen in the first 4 rounds this year. The number 1 pick, Troy Fautanu, they're not going to deal him. Number 2 pick, Zach Frazier, they're not going to deal him. They also took Mason McCormick in the 4th round. But they have a guy like James Daniels, and like Ayuk, James Daniels is a really good vet. He's going into the last year of his contract. He's only an $8 million salary, so if the 49ers want a guard, really good one, they could get James Daniels. And I think the Steelers would be prepared to move on from him and put one of those younger guys into the lineup. But, apparently that, the 49ers want something more. We'll see if the Steelers increase their offer to a first. I think that's probably where the negotiations are right now. So we'll see if the Steelers go up or the 49ers come down. And if it doesn't transpire, then it could get uncomfortable for the 49ers if Ayuk wants to be a bad apple. I went through this situation, I think, 5-6 years ago with Le'Veon Bell. He ended up sitting out an entire season. I don't know if Ayuk's prepared to do that, but just covering that situation, I know it can get a little bit sticky for that team if you don't deal them.
Ray, you talked about it just in your answer, a surplus of offensive linemen. Pittsburgh's, I've been reading some stuff where the offensive lines looked really good so far in camp, but last year they kind of tried to do the same thing and the offensive line didn't produce. Is it different this year, and can this line do what it needs to do up front for this team?
Yeah, I think they're solid at guard. James Daniels, like I just mentioned, Isaac Sayamalu is a vet. They invested a first-round pick in Broderick Jones last year. He started the final, I think, 11 or 12 games. And then you have Troy Fautanu, who's been really, really impressive in camp. So with those 4, I really think you have a chance to be good. The one unanswered question is, will rookie Zach Frazier be the starting center, or will veteran Nate Herbig hold on to that job? It's been Herbig here the first couple of weeks of camp. He's the vet. He's getting the first team reps. But whether it's Herbig or Frazier, if that guy can solidify the middle and just be solid, I think they have a chance to be a good running team. They were 16th in the league last year. We all know Arthur Smith wants to run the football, so they can get to be a top 10, top 12 running team. And you got the quarterback, and you got Pickens, and who knows, maybe Ayuk. You got the makings of a pretty decent offense, but there's still some questions to be answered there before we crown them as one of the top of the line units in the NFL.
Ray Fittipaldo covers the Steelers for the Post-Gazette in Pittsburgh. Follow Ray on X, Ray Fit with 2 T's, Ray Fit, the number 1. Ray Fit 1. Listen, it's not just trading for Ayuk, it's signing him. Can they afford to sign him and then the ripple effect of that? They have a big defensive guy they want to take care of next year. If you pay Ayuk whatever it is he's looking for, which I have to believe is mid-20s, then doesn't the other wide receiver go, hello? I mean, can the Steelers financially afford Ayuk?
Yes, they have more salary cap space going into the season than they've had in quite some time. And it really opens up next year. They got some big contracts coming off the books. So it's definitely feasible that they can afford Ayuk going into the future. Listen, P.J. Watt is going to sign next year. They're going to keep him. I know he just turned 30, but they'll give him a short-term deal and pay him his money. But as you mentioned, it's going to create some other scenarios where you have to decide on guys. You know, Cam Hayward is going into the last year of his contract. He's 35. You know, do you re-sign Cam Hayward? George Pickens is due for a deal next year. Really good receiver. You know, he's had some issues here with being coached and, you know, has kind of gotten the diva label. So does that mean George Pickens won't be re-signed? And if that's the case, how does he play the next 2 years when he knows he's going to be a lame duck and a free agent, you know, in 2026? So these are all things you have to factor in. But as you guys know, I mean, they went out and got a quarterback this year. The owner mandated Tomlin that he's got to start winning in the playoffs again. If they get Ayuk, they're going for it this year. And I think they push all that cap stuff and all that salary stuff into the future. This is a team that wants to win now, and that's what they're trying to do.
Ray, final question. We cover the Florida Gators from afar, and we think they have as tough a schedule as we've ever seen. Well, the final 8 game of the Steelers schedule is the toughest schedule that we can recall in the NFL. All 6 division games and the Chiefs and the Eagles. I mean, Ray, isn't there a lot of pressure to get off to a really good start? Because these, you know, closing strong like Tomlin has in recent years, Ray, it's going to be tough to close strong with that schedule.
Yeah, it's almost like you have to be like 6-3 or 7-2 just to have a shot at the playoffs. I mean, you're right. They do have to get off to a good start. That's why this Russell Wilson injury is a little bit under the radar. I mean, they got to get him back, I think, within a week or two so he can kind of find his chemistry with that offense and, you know, his receivers, because it's paramount. If he doesn't get off to a good start, then maybe you have a quarterback controversy and it's not a good deal. But I do think if they can get off to a good start, listen, the Browns, Ravens, and Bengals are going to be tough. You know, the Eagles and the Chiefs are going to be tough. It's a brutal, brutal stretch. But as long as they put themselves in a decent position, say by mid to late October, you know, 7-2, 6-3, if they're there, I think they'll have a shot to compete for an AFC playoff berth. And who knows, maybe an AFC North division crown as well.
Ray Fittipaldo covers the Steelers for the Post-Gazette in Pittsburgh. Follow him on X, Ray Fit with 2 T's, Ray Fit 1, Ray Fit and the number 1. Ray, thanks for making time for us. Stay cool, safe travels, and hopefully we can talk again early in the season.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Talk to you later.
Ray Fittipaldo has been very generous with us over the years. Good to catch up with him. One of the few training camps, Mark, in which I actually think there are storylines.
No, and it's, you know, we talked about the offense primarily, and that's what you do in these interviews more times than not, but that defense is still elite for that team. And they're banking on that defense still being of the same caliber that it's been, because if they get the play out of Russ that Denver had last year, that's much better than what they got from their quarterback, David.
Well, Mark, the defense better performed because no team in the league has spent more money on that side of the ball than the Steelers. It's another reason why, if I'm a Steelers fan, it's like, hey, could you pay the price for Ayuk? Okay, come on. Can we invest? If I've got Ayuk and Pickens, I actually feel like I have wide receivers that are weapons that cause problems. You know, and when's the last time nobody does a better job drafting second, third, and fourth round receivers and developing them than the Steelers? Nobody, not even close. But Mark, when's the last time that you felt when you faced the Steelers offense that you were like, this is a handful. This is going to be a problem? I mean, I don't think it's been this decade. You got to go back, 2017 maybe?
Probably. To when there were multiple weapons on the outside.
When you had Bell and Brown and Ben.
Yeah.
And I think their last big year together was 2017. Maybe 2019, but It's been a while. And that's, if I'm a Steelers fan, Mark, that's what I want. I'm like, listen, could we actually like cause defensive coordinator some worry, please? Please?
No, you kind of know what you get with them. It's almost the 70s type Steelers. We run the ball a bunch and throw it deep to Pickens once in a while. Got to be more than that in an offense.
And Freiermuth's a solid tight end. I think the Cleveland kid that they drafted from Georgia was underused last year. I mean, I thought we were going to see a bunch of 2 tight ends. I will say this, Arthur Smith, I wouldn't be surprised if you see the Cleveland used a lot more with his offense than he was used last year. Remember,
well, he really knows how to use a tight end.
Yeah. Well, one that can block, he does.
I'm just saying.
One that can block, he likes. All right. One that's an elite receiving weapon, not so much. You know, he's going to try to blame all that on the kid from Cincinnati, the Desmond Ridder. You know, that's what he's going to do. He's going to say, "Did you see the quarterbacks I had to work with last year? They were trash."
Well, that will be his story.
You're right. You're right. But he may not be wrong either. You're definitely right, but he may not be wrong.
We'll see in Atlanta this year what they can do with Mr. Pitts.
It's a good point Ray Fittipaldo brought up, though. It's kind of like, start of the season is really important. Russ, you need to get in there soon, or they may have a decision they have to make. Miller and Moulton. All right, Seth Everett will join us coming up on the other side. Nick Murawski will join us in a little more than an hour. Make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up for the Fantasy Football Summit, and vote in our poll question. What means the most to you? Total medals in Olympic Games or the most golds? At Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto, dinner, and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hi, Seth.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right.
What?
I said doing all right.
Good. Before I forget, next week I cannot do your show.
All right.
Going to Colorado and Wisconsin. Taking a little trip with the kid to tour some colleges.
Okay.
And I rigged it so I'm skipping Sports with Friends and Hall of Justice next week too.
Wow.
I know.
Good for you.
Yeah. Should be fun.
Is she a small school or are these big schools or?
No, I think she's learning that. She learned that she doesn't like city schools. So that was one. Colorado has been something she's been interested in. And, any chance I can go, I used to live there. So any chance I can go back, I took advantage. And so we planned that originally. And then the Wisconsin thing, she started asking about, and I just was looking at the map and I was like, we kind of have to pass Wisconsin on the way home. So why don't we make a trip out of it? And so we did.
Good for you. Seth is off next week, David. He was just letting me know.
So is David Sampson.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, David and I are going to meet in Wisconsin.
I could not see the lettering until you just moved, but I was looking at the coloring and the shape, and for a split second, I thought you had an old Quebec Nordiques.
That'd be awesome.
I used to have a Nordiques t-shirt for a long time. I loved that logo.
I used to love when them in Montreal would meet in the playoffs, and it was just such a God, they hated each other.
Yeah. Yep. And their PR guy who came over to Denver. So my first year with the Avalanche, his name was Jean Martineau. And if you had an interview scheduled, like not a one-on-one, but like a scrum scheduled, right, he would go, "Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Patrick Roy." Jean Martineau.
That's outstanding.
Pierre Lacroix was the GM. He's not with us anymore. But his son, Eric Lacroix, was my buddy on the team.
Mark, did you ever watch that Kelly Chase thing I sent you yesterday?
Hilarious.
I'm going to send it to you, Seth. You will absolutely love this.
Okay.
Kelly Chase talking about the time that he was traded to Montreal and Brett Hull intervened and got the deal nixed. It's spectacular.
That's awesome. That's funny. My Devils announcer, my guy Bill Spalding, who was a student of mine, he's calling race walking for the Olympics.
Oh,
and I'm very proud of him. I don't know how you do it with a straight face. And the Gold Zone hosts, they're like making fun of it, but I think that's up by design.
All right,
Americans didn't compete. Oh.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
halfway home On the show and the week, for that matter, since it's a hump day, and you know what that means. It's time for Seth Everett. He of the two terrific podcasts that don't bear any resemblance to each other, Sports with Friends and Hall of Justice. Follow Seth on X, Seth_Everett, Seth_Everett. Seth, before we bring you on, do have to remind people our poll question. So what do you consider to be winning the Olympics? Most total medals or most gold medals? It's a dead heat. 50-50 is the vote right now. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth, when you see the medal count, do you count the total number, or do you look to see who's winning the golds?
I think the total medals. Total medals.
All right.
Yeah, because if it was all about just the golds, they wouldn't have the silver and the bronze. But the silver and the bronze are pretty big accomplishments also. So I say it's the total medals.
All right. That's your vote then. All right.
That's
so
my vote.
You're on my side.
I wouldn't say I'd die on the vine for it.
Right. I understand. I understand. So Mark's a gold medal guy.
It's about winning golds, and we send the most athletes over. We should dominate these games, and now we finally are. We're winning the gold medal count. That, to me, is winning the Olympics.
Seth, you brought up a very controversial topic right before we started this segment, and I don't think you realized it. You brought up a buddy of yours, actually a former, student of yours, right?
Yeah. Bill Spalding. He's the
right?
play-by-play announcer for my beloved New Jersey Devils.
And he is calling the race walking in the Olympics. Now, we have not brought this up yet on this show in the nearly 2 weeks that the games have been going on. So I may really get lambasted here, but I think there's a very fine line between them walking and their running slightly. I think
it's
they're
really
cheating.
weird, man. It's really weird. And the joke that some of the hosts, not Bill, was making, but some of the hosts that were throwing to it, they were saying the United States is not participating in the race walking marathon. And it's funny because they didn't call my grandmother down in Florida. Like that was a good line. It was a good line. I thought it was funny. It made me laugh.
Right. You'd think we'd be good. Mark, when you watch them, the shoulders and the hips are going crazy.
The best part of it.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Do you not think that they're crossing the line and you're like, you're no longer walking? Who are you kidding?
Believe it or not, David, years and years and years ago, Johnny Carson was like a race walker, and he had someone on a show, and they were like describing the difference between the walking, and all I can ever think of is Johnny Carson race walking on the Tonight Show. This 35 years ago when I happened to watch it, going, what the hell is going on? So that's when I see it, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it's funny.
And it is goofy as hell, and they are right on the verge of running. But much like we've said, David, if you're not cheating,
you're not trying.
That's right.
Right. I mean, because here's my thing. I mean, this poor lady got, overtaken down the stretch the other day.
You saw that?
She had a size.
What can she do? She can't go faster.
Well, how do you pick up that much ground that quickly if you're not crossing the line and slightly running? Come on.
Yeah, that one's fun. The other one has been Kenny Albert calling water polo.
Well, listen, Mark thinks that we should build a Mount Rushmore for these athletes.
I think they're some of the best athletes in the Olympics.
Water polo. Yeah.
The athletes.
The fact that you're swimming the entire time.
Right. Treading water, swimming, people hanging on you. You're trying to catch a ball. I mean, this is the dad in the backyard pool with 3 kids on him at all times, but he can't stand up. It's not that easy.
It's hard. Yeah, it looks really hard. And we say this every year, though. Every Olympics, it comes up that water polo is one of the hardest sports to call. But I just think it's funny that of all people, the NHL, NFL, New York Rangers announcer Kenny Albert's calling water polo. It just drew me.
But it's got a hockey feel to it.
Yeah, a little bit.
There's a penalty box.
I remember talking to my kids when I was teaching them hockey. I said, just think about it. The guys without the puck, they're on skates too. Like it's just constant skating. You're constantly ice skating. It's the same kind of concept.
just
I have to
constantly
admit-
swimming. I'm with you 100%. I love it. I will say the one thing that, you know, they could go for a little more in the swimsuit than they got. You know, I don't really think that the tight swimsuits are necessary for water polo. I don't think that the drag of something a little longer would hurt them.
All right. So along those lines, I was debating bringing this up. Along those lines, about 3 years ago, right during the pandemic, I had a student do an entire project. She had a thesis on the beach volleyball and the court case to allow the women to wear pants, to wear shorts or whatever they choose in their uniform.
Right.
And this was something that went to various courts on various countries. More than one country, multiple countries. I listened to this whole thing and I read her paper on this. It was this whole to do. And this is the first Olympics that they have freedom to wear whatever they want. And 9 times out of 10, the teams are choosing the bikini bottoms.
When it appears to be cool there too, by the way. I mean, you look at the people in the stands, they're
fought
wearing
for
jackets.
this.
Right.
Like, I would just on principle wear shorts. I couldn't get over again, if I didn't know about the struggle and an amount of people that testified and wrote letters and this whole campaign to get the freedom to wear whatever they want. And at least 80% of these people are wearing bikini bottoms.
Now, I have to believe there's sponsorship money that's causing it. I have to believe that they're being bought off.
Maybe. If that was what the whole thing was for, was just to get your bikini bottom sponsored. I don't know. I just thought you're wearing this, and I would just say for your fellow competitors, I would say wear something different just to show your point. It was their whole fight was this. And some teams have. Notice none of the medal winning teams have.
Notice Seth was watching. Okay, so he noticed that.
Venue's fantastic. We've talked about the beach volleyball venue with the Eiffel Tower in the background is the best venue they've got going at the Olympic
When
Games.
Gold Zone leaves the beach volleyball, you're like, what are you doing? What's the matter with you?
Where in the United States could we hold the beach volleyball and compete with having the Eiffel Tower like right there? I mean, seriously, can we, Lower Manhattan next to the Empire State Building, the Freedom Tower? I mean, where are we going to put a beach volleyball court? I mean,
Put a
I
beach
don't know
volleyball
that.
court on Ellis Island, have the statue.
Okay, Statue of Liberty. It'd be tough to get spectators. I mean, I guess
Yes,
you
it
could.
would.
A lot of visitors, but
Yes, it would.
But never mind the jets going overhead and what have you. But all right, I like it. I like it. We got the Statue of Liberty from them anyway. So here, we'll put our Statue of Liberty, which was really yours. We'll put that up against your Eiffel Tower. I like it.
See you and raise you. No, it's been a really good time. The ratings have been ridiculous. They've been unbelievably good. And I'm surprised. Not by the live on the Peacock, the 5 to 7 million on Peacock, but the 23 million watching in primetime when the results have been known for 7 hours. Again, I understand that it's a different broadcast and they're telling more of the stories of them. I get all that. I haven't watched 1 second of the NBC primetime, and I'm not begrudging them, to do it, but 23 million people watching something that's on tape delay shocked me.
That's a 425 NFL slot, by the way. That's an average. That's not a great game. Like Cowboys Browns week 1 will probably do 33 million, but it just a regular, not great, solid, 425 CBS game is 23 million to give you.
But 23 million is more than 15 baseball games.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, these are huge numbers. And to your point, Seth, the fact that they're watching them on tape delay, that they know. And my wife's been one of them. She comes home, she's worked all day and knows what happens. Sometimes we watch a tape delay. Sometimes she throws on NBC because of what you said, the background coverage that a lot of people are into.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg at the equestrian, all these different things. They're doing a great job, and kudos to them. I see it on, like I said, in my house. Sometimes it's on in the background at night, and I'll walk by and I'll go, I watched that 10 hours ago. Like the gymnastics and some of the other big events, I saw them all. I saw Sha'Carri Richardson. I saw all that live. I have watched the Gold Zone. I would say, I'm not exaggerating, I've probably watched 75% of it. I have it on now. I've been watching it. I turn it on when I wake up, and I leave it on all day. And at 5 o'clock, when Scott Hansen literally wraps up the show and he says, if you missed anything, check out NBC Primetime tonight. And I just go, what? Why would I do that?
Seth Everett, Sports with Friends Hall of Justice, is 2 terrific podcasts. All right, go.
Oh, the podcast?
Yeah.
Well, one of the hosts of the Gold Zone on Peacock is a longtime friend of mine, Andrew Siciliano. And he did Sports with Friends this week. It's going to be posted in about an hour. He is the longtime host of the DirecTV NFL Red Zone. He did it for 18 years. And when they decided to do this Gold Zone, they decided to have Siciliano and Scott Hansen. And we have an extensive conversation on, is there a rivalry between the two Red Zones?
Okay.
Fantastic. Hall of Justice is about the new DC animated film Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths Part 3, the finale of the series, of the movie series. The writer and producer of it, Jim Krieg, does the podcast. That'll come out tomorrow.
Is it really a crisis?
It's a crisis. All these worlds are dying,
Okay.
and it's a chance for some good fan service because they show some of the worlds that are dying, including the Super Friends. And I asked if I have to cancel the Hall of Justice, because if the Super Friends are killed off, then what do we do? It's a very, very serious conversation.
Obviously, right. Lighthearted with Andrew Siciliano, very serious on the
very
Hall
serious
of
about Justice League.
Right. Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice is 2 terrific podcasts. It's Seth Everett, Seth_Everett on X. Follow him and support him. Seth, thanks for everything. Enjoy your vacation next week. We'll talk again in a couple weeks. Seth Everett joining us here on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at MillerandMoulton.com. Seating is limited. MillerandMoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock. The Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text SPONSOR to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text SPONSOR to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Gold zone all day, huh, baby Jules? Glad you're getting into it. I know NBC's thrilled you're getting into it. They raised the price $2 on Peacock right before the Olympics, so gold medals keeps being, once again, I said it was 50-50. Next series of votes that comes in, put gold medals out in front.
It's my warning to play the commercials, so I apologize that it's a little louder.
Okay. Johnny Finger Lakes has watched 0 of the Olympics. Wow. Wow. The Tampa Bay Times is trying to cut their staff by 20%.
Oh, boy.
Wow. Such a shame. We'll get it figured out there, geezer.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. Nick Murawski, who covers the White Sox. They won last night. The losing streak is over at 21. Tied for the longest in American League history. But the Phillies are safe from back in the day. And by back in the day, I think I mean like 1960 or 61, something like that. But we'll talk to Nick about how in the world this team that 3 years ago won the division is this bad.
You know, a little behind the scenes, you've changed, David. And I don't even know if you realize that you have. But I've noticed one thing that I screw up as now the producer of this show.
Okay.
You used to take your time coming back on the air. We'd come out of break, the music would play, you might take a sip of water, you might be reading something.
Right.
But you have been coming back really quickly, so much so that I have missed you on occasion. Like I've caught you 2 words in, and I'm hitting the on button to your microphone. Much like we have people on the show who are guests who are quick hanger-uppers.
Right. Right. Yeah,
You've been quicker on the draw than you've used to, and that's on me. I'm not at all complaining. It's on me. So I apologize to those listening down the line if all of a sudden you catch David 2 words in.
And I think most people are going, hey, he talks too much anyway. So I totally understand what Mark's doing. If I was Mark, I'd miss a couple seconds too. Besides, it's the same thing. It's welcome back. It's, however many minutes after the hour, the 21,000, the text line, blah, 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 whatever. We know, keyword Miller. We got it. We got it. Fantasy Football Summit. Sign up, millerandmoulton.com. Yada, yada, yada. Got it. Okay.
Did get a couple of texts on a couple of things. One, someone just said, hey, Seth, we all don't work from home. There's a reason why we're watching the Olympics at night. We have to do this thing in the day called work.
Right.
And it's a valid point.
Very
and the
valid.
other one who just said, you guys were talking about where to host the beach volleyball in the States.
Yeah.
And someone nominated St. Louis in front of the arch.
Ooh. Okay. I like that.
That's cool.
Yeah. Boy, it'd be hot. Man. Summer Olympics, St. Louis beach volleyball. Ooh, it'd be hot. It'd be no cloudy and 65 like they have in Paris. I'll tell you that. Man, oh man, it'd be sunny and $112. But I like it. That works.
Do the triathlon on the Mississippi.
Hey, it's
keep our dirty river theme going.
It's cleaner than that.
You're damn right it is.
Thing they were swimming in.
You're damn right it is.
Man, oh man, people are getting sick. Olympians have been hospitalized, for goodness sakes.
Olympians.
Right. Right. They're in pretty good shape. They're young. They're healthy. Right.
Right.
Yeah. I'm fascinated by this pit bull thing. We may have the FIU AD on tomorrow to talk about this.
I'm all in.
Yeah, I figured you would be. And he's a talker. So I'm like, well, heck, I could do more than one segment. But I think this is great. And I'm serious. So you were in meetings. We do this stuff all the time. The fake, if we were in the department and coming up with ideas and what have you, would you even think, and you sold corporate sponsorships, you put names of companies on arenas. Would you ever think of, he calls himself Mr. 305. We should probably call Pitbull.
No, I would have never thought of an entertainer as an opportunity for a naming rights. It doesn't compute. But again, when you go back to the 10 nights a year that he gets to use the venue, that right there could be his money back and then some.
To give you an idea, Pitbull, when Texas on July 1st joined the SEC, and they made a huge to-do out of now being in the SEC. Pitbull performed at their party. He got $600,000 to do, whatever he did. I don't know, probably an hour.
To basically do a one-off, they call it.
Yeah, $600,000. And obviously they picked up all his expenses and what have you. First class travel, the best suite in the hotel if he's staying over, the whole deal. $600,000. But FIU, he's paying $1.2 million a year for 5 years. It's now Pitbull Stadium. I mean, they had the signage ready and everything. And I'll give FIU credit for this also. Do you know they have a sponsor for the field? It's Pitbull Stadium, but they play at a local Kia dealer. It's paying like $350,000 a year to sponsor the field.
Maximizing revenue, David. Maybe they're the team we should talk about. Maybe they're the ones that are joining the ACC.
Think about that. I mean, nobody even watches FIU football. Nobody pays attention to it. They're getting $1.55 million a year just to, put your name on the field and the name on the stadium. For what? 7 home games? Maybe 6 some years? I think you got to nominate, for all those awards that are given out in industries. I mean, you got to nominate the FIU department there. I don't know if it's marketing or, athletic department as a whole. You got to give them credit. Making over $1.5 million before you walk into the stadium. And they're selling Pitbull's vodka. I don't know if it's any good. I don't even drink vodka anymore. I'd give it a try. Wouldn't you?
Absolutely, David. It's vodka.
How
bad can it be?
I'm sitting in Pitbull Stadium. Don't I have to have a Pitbull vodka drink? Besides, I'm watching FIU. The football hasn't been that great lately. Might even want a second. So I just think this is great. I'm wondering, though, Mark, is this going to put a lot of pressure on other entertainers? Like if you're Springsteen, who the word is has officially become a billionaire. Not bad.
What, to get the Rutgers naming rights?
Oh, listen, Mr. Jersey. Okay, don't know what to tell you. Come on now, Mr. Jersey. And I love Springsteen. Love him. I've seen him 7 times, at least. But don't you think this puts a lot of pressure? Either him or Bon Jovi? In Jersey alone, don't you think Rutgers calls them both up and go, come on, man, you really want to be overshadowed by Pitbull?
Yeah, I don't think it puts any pressure on him whatsoever. It's a really easy no.
Okay. I mean, Kimmel sponsored that bowl game for a couple years, didn't he? Do you think maybe somebody in Hollywood you could hit up? And I mean, especially UCLA. UCLA needs the money more than USC. I mean, don't you have to hit somebody up here? You got to have an alum.
Pauley Pavilion's going to get an entertainer's name on it? Right. Slow down a little bit over there.
Hold on. Rename the Rose Bowl.
They don't have the rights to it.
Well, they could get it.
I doubt it.
Okay.
I mean, that's the other part. The school's got to own the stadium.
True.
So your LA venues are not part of this.
No,
the Coliseum and the Rose Bowl don't fit your criteria whatsoever.
I hate when you hit me with the facts. I really do. All right. So where are we going here?
What about the soccer stadium that the Chargers played in for a little while? That's probably already got a name on it.
Probably, but as somebody, all those Hollywood people, they're buying into the soccer teams. They could probably put their name on. You're right. That's a good one. They could a Hollywood person. Will Ferrell, I think, has got part of the LA.
But the entertainer makes sense because they can have events there. I mean, the part of this deal that makes sense to me from a Pitbull standpoint is that he gets 10 events at the venue.
Yes. Free. Right? Doesn't have to pay a thing. I wonder if he's got to cover, like, I don't know, staffing or what have you. Because if you're the athletic department, you got to pay for that. I mean, that could eat up 10 events. I mean,
because the games he's getting, David, are
here we go.
Michigan, Monmouth, La Tech, Sam Houston, New Mexico State, and Middle Tennessee State.
He's only getting 5?
6. Central Michigan, Monmouth, La Tech, Sam Houston, New Mexico State, and Middle Tennessee State.
Sorry, I missed Central Michigan. So the debut of Pitbull Stadium is against Central Michigan?
The chips are coming to town, David.
Don't you think one of those MAC schools has got to hit up, one of those Detroit entertainers for cash? The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it. Protected. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
In the trade, but you're lucky, and your buddy saved you, and you're lucky because we can't have him going with you.
You all right over there?
I watched the Kelly Chase clip, him doing the Ron Caron accent about Brett Halton, Nixon the trade. You lucky, your guy. He called me up. He said, you go to Montreal. He going with you. We can't have that. Put me in a spot, Serge Savard, my friend. I got to call him up, rescind the trade. You could just picture Hull. You know, they just made the turn. They're going on the back nine. You can just picture Hull on the 10th or 11th hole, picking up the phone, going straight to the GM, calling them, going, just so you know, if he's traded, I'm done. That's power. That's hand. I love stories like that. You know, our buddy McBain works for FIU now, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So he's going to try to get us the AD for tomorrow.
Excellent.
Yeah. I said, did you know about it when you took the job? And he said, yeah, it was part of the job interview. He goes, it was actually like the deciding factor as to why I took the job. He goes, I really wanted to help pull this off. He goes, they were more than 50% down the road, but
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, our final segment in Lake City and in Port Charlotte and Venice. The Diamond District bonus hour for the 239 and the 904 awaits at the top of the hour, and that's when Nick Murawski, who covers the White Sox, will join us. Talk about covering a team that's arguably the worst team of all time. And he'll get to talk about a win after they snap their 21-game losing streak. Hey, the story that's out there right now is the Brandon Ayuk story. And I know I asked you this before training camp, but would you give up a first-round pick for Ayuk?
I wouldn't.
He's 26. He turned 26 in March. So if you're acquiring Brandon Ayuk and he's under contract for this year, and then you're going to sign him to a 4 or 5 year extension. Let's just say, and guaranteed money, let's just say it's a 3 to 4 year extension. So you're going to get Ayuk when he's 26, 27, 28, and 29. You can assume that. You're getting the guts of what he has to offer.
Yes, you are.
You and I are both fans of Warren Sharp. He's an analytics guy. Remember his analytics about Brandon Ayuk. He basically was making the case that Brandon Ayuk is an elite receiver playing in an offense that doesn't feature wide receivers. And that if he went somewhere where they threw the ball to number one receivers the way they throw the ball to number one receivers at 10, 12, 15 places, that Brandon Ayuk would put up 100-plus catches for 1,700 plus yards. Because last year, Mark, he put up 75 catches for 18 yards a catch. I mean, he had 1,300 plus yards receiving for the Niners, where he's what? The number 4 option?
3 or 4.
Right. So I'm just wondering.
His per catch numbers are incredible.
His
yards per attempt numbers are incredible. He catches deep balls. I mean, his yards per catch, like 17 yards a catch or something crazy like that.
Yeah, last year it was just under 18, 17.9. His career numbers are you round them up to 15 yards a catch. That's impressive, ladies and gentlemen. There are not a ton of receivers who average 15 or more yards a catch. And I'm just wondering, I know nobody wants to give up a 1 for him. I get it. But if that's what it takes, you're offering a 2, they're like, needs to be a 1.
Well, here's the other question of this, David. If you're going to give up a 1, how much money are you going to give up to Ayuk? Is it 3 for 75?
Well, that's probably the guaranteed money. The contract will probably be 4 or 5. But, yeah, you're guaranteeing probably 75.
Right. And is that all you're guaranteeing? Or does he think he's in the Jefferson category and wants that first number to be a 3?
Well, I'm sure we all want it. But I think you could talk to him. And first off, in theory, if they're letting him talk and negotiate a deal, in theory, you're doing the negotiations with the agent. And so you agree on a deal, and then you call the Niners and go, okay, what's it going to take? Ayuk and I have worked out a deal. What's it going to take? And I'm guessing that Ayuk's agent's going to let him sign for between 25 and 28. Let's just call it 26. 4 for $1.04, which, by the way, is an $11 to $12 million a year raise as to what he's making now. And you guarantee $80 million of it. And you could, if you want to be really generous, to get him to accept a little less AAV than he wants, you could say, we'll tear up this year. You won't make 14 this year. You'll start making 20 plus this year. We'll tear up this year. How does that sound?
Can you do that with a rookie deal? Isn't he still on the last year of a...
They could, but I mean, I think they can because the Browns just threw $5 million on top of Amari's. Granted, it wasn't a rookie deal.
Right.
I think you can, if you're under contract, I think you can do anything. Maybe not, but I would try if I were the Steelers or whoever.
So you'd give up a 1 for Ayuk?
Well, okay.
If you were Pittsburgh, let's just, if you were Pittsburgh.
Here's why I would. First off, yes, it may cause problems with Pickens, but apparently there are problems with Pickens just waking up in the morning. So in a sense, I have insurance if Pickens is a problem and I got to unload him or let him walk, that I have a guy to replace him. But here's the other thing, Mark. Apparently the Rooneys have said to the GM and to Mike Tomlin, this 9-10 win stuff is garbage. This one playoff win in the last 7 years ain't going to cut it. Okay? We're done with this. We want to be, what we were. Well, Mark, you need dogs. You need players. We're back to the Jimmies and Joes here. I mean, when you look at the Steelers, you think, pretty good team, very good defense, above average on offense, well coached, tough to play against. But you don't think that they'll beat the Chiefs. Now, they always play the Ravens tough, so they do better against the Ravens than most teams would because they can match the Ravens physically. But, come on, do the Steelers make the top 5 teams in the AFC?
David, it's tough right now to make them the top 3 in their division at best. No, and that's
right.
Just getting through that division. They need more weapons to get through their division, let alone the AFC.
By the way, 35 years since the Steelers finished 4th in their division. Just, they're very rarely bad. But to me, if the owner has extended both of our contracts, GM and head coach, but said, you need to win. And I'm talking January. These strong finishes to squeak into January. I mean, think about their last 3 years, Mark. Ben and them, his final year 3 years ago, they sneak into the playoffs. They get absolutely humiliated in Kansas City. 2 years ago, they're playing the first round pick at quarterback. They finish really strong. They go 6-2, I think, in their final 8. They finish 9-8. They miss out on the 7th seed in a tiebreaker. Last year, they win their last 3 to go 10-7 with Mason Rudolph. They get destroyed in Buffalo in a first round playoff game. That's their last 3 years. Remember when there were 3 teams in the AFC for the entire 20 teens? It was the Patriots, the Colts, and the Steelers. I mean, don't you have to get better talent?
When have they been a problem on offense?
2016, 2017. Le'Veon Bell, all right, Ben Roethlisberger, and Antonio Brown. That's the last time they were a problem on offense. When the Jags beat them in the playoffs that year and they scored 35 points, yet lost. Okay, it's 2016, 2017. The last time the Steelers were like, oh, damn. I don't want to face these guys. This is a problem.
Now, obviously, the first part of this, no matter who they get at receiver, Russ has got to work.
Yeah, or Justin Fields or the guy they bring in next year. But I could make the case their players aren't good enough on offense. I mean, Freiermuth's a good tight end. He's not a great tight end. I don't even know if he's very good. He's somewhere between good and very good. He's BB+. And he's what, your second best player on offense?
Well, I think Pickens and Harris are both better.
You think Najee Harris is better at his position than Freiermuth is at his?
I think let me rephrase that. I think their running back room with Warren and Harris is as good as Freiermuth is at tight end.
Okay. By the way, people in the Twitch chat room are saying I wouldn't say Buffalo destroyed them. Well, they were up 14 points early and basically Heisman them the rest of the way, but okay. See, to me, though, I mean, come on. I mean, look at what you're going up against. Look at what you're trying to beat. I mean, don't you want to cut your defense a little bit of a break? I mean, they're having to do everything. Look at who you're going to play in the playoffs, in theory, in the AFC. Burrow and the Bengals, Mahomes, Lamar, Josh Allen, maybe two in the Dolphins, Aaron Rodgers and I mean, come on.
Where do you think your offense compares to what David just went through? Because it seems to be right at the bottom of all of those. Of the teams that we think are playoff caliber, the Pittsburgh offense is at the bottom, or at least really close to the bottom of the team. In fact, it is at the bottom, David, of the teams that we think are playoff caliber teams. Browns offense or Steelers offense?
Browns. Njoku, I think, is better at tight end. Would you take Pickens or Amari Cooper?
Amari Cooper.
He's more consistent. Pickens can be spectacular, but
he can.
Yeah, but I would take Amari Cooper. 3rd and 7, who would I want? Amari Cooper. Okay, and then obviously if Nick Chubb's healthy, it's a joke comparing running backs. Now, Deshaun Watson right now is not getting it done, but that's the point we're trying to make. I know they don't want to give up a first-round pick, and the Steelers are thinking they're going to make the playoffs. Whether they are or not, we'll see. But that's another thing, Mark. You're giving up pick what, 23?
If you're as good as you think you are.
I mean, and I know it's a wide receiver, and there's 170 of these guys, and there's more every year. I get it. I don't know how many number ones there are, though. And it's a little bit of it's a little leap of faith. It is, as to whether Ayuk's a 1. And I don't think he's an upper tier 1. But let me ask you this. If he joined the Steelers, do you think he's the best wide receiver on the team?
He is.
Okay.
He is. And it gives him a 1 and a 1A with Pickens.
Okay. By the way, imagine Pickens now being covered by the team's second best corner and never seeing a double team.
Or if you're going to put the safety on Pickens, that means Ayuk's going to one of the others going to have one defender on him.
And if you have a BB plus tight end, never mind the kid from Georgia that I think you underutilized last year. Here's the other thing. Arthur Smith wants to be more effective running the ball. You go get me a second wide receiver with Freiermuth at tight end. You ain't seeing any safeties in the box. You know what you're running against on most downs.
So you'd make the deal. You'd make the deal today.
I would. I really would.
And when you're doing it from Pittsburgh's standpoint, you can't sit there and say, well, what if we stink and that pick turns out to be greater? Because Pittsburgh's not thinking that way. They're not going into this thinking that we're going to have the 10th pick in the draft.
The other thing that I might do, I get the Niners to give me their 4th round pick, to try to make it seem like we're only giving up 2nd round value, whatever. Here's the other thing, Mark. I'm paying Ayuk. Well, now I don't have to pay my 1st round pick next year. That's going to save me what, $4 or $5 million against the cap? I might as well just add that to Ayuk's salary, if you know what I mean. So I don't think Ayuk's not even as expensive next year as you think he is, because he's taking up the money for your 1st round pick. I would make the deal. I think the Steelers are in. We argue all the time, where is the worst place to be in the NFL? And we could have a poll question. Where's the worst place to be? 7-10 or 10-7? And the Steelers are in the 9 to 10 win range right now. Is there a worse place to be?
Well, I would actually say the 7 and 10 than the team that's going to the playoffs. But I get your point, is that you're kind of in the NFL purgatory, that you're not good enough to win a championship. You're good enough to get there and not do anything. And at some point, the frustration level of front office and fans boils over to demand more. And that's where Pittsburgh's at right now. They're demanding more, but they're trying to do it with the same roster, and that's not going to get it done.
Steelers fan in our Twitch chat room, and I can say that because he goes by Yinzer, all right? He said, well, we did it like 5 years ago with Minka. That's worked out pretty well. I think I'm doing it, Mark. I really do. I think I'm doing it. It's time for us to put more chips in the table. I got TJ Watt who's still in his prime. I gotta take a shot at this. We ain't gonna beat Mahomes playing it safe. I'm taking a shot.
So what would you do if you were the Steelers? Would you give up the number 1 pick for Ayuk? Your number 1 pick for Ayuk, not the number 1 overall pick, obviously. David says yes. You've talked me a lot closer into it than I was. I just don't know if he's a true 1.
Fair enough. Fair enough. He's never been asked to be a 1. The metrics say he would be a 1, but, tough to put your job on a trade like that. Nick Murawski next. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You know what's weird? And I know nobody has any interest in this except me, so humor me. Both CBS and ABC ESPN are not in a hurry to book travel this year. Like, I am literally just now getting the okay to book my college football travel for the first month of the year. That's weird. I mean, you save money the earlier you book travel. You make sure that your flights aren't sold out. Weird. I don't get it. I mean, I've booked travel 3-4 months in advance before. Weird. All right, I'm done. Thanks for humoring me.
No problem. Nick is on.
All right. Can you confirm Murawski for me? No? Okay. That's fine.
I don't know.
Okay. Then let's leave it alone.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Thanks for joining us, the Diamond District bonus hour and the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us as we get over the hump together. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's in 13 days. It's Tuesday the 20th. Millerandmoulton.com, sign up. Seating is limited. Nick Murawski is kind enough to join us. He covers the White Sox and he co-hosts the Good Guys Talk Back podcast. You can follow Nick on X, Nick_GGTB, which stands for Good Guys Talk Back. Nick, David, and Mark, good morning. How you feeling this morning after a W?
Wow, guys. It feels so great to get back to 60 games under 500. We are just riding the wave here in the White Sox Nation. Unreal. Wow. The nightmare's over, but there is so much horribleness still going on.
When did you know this season was going to be really bad? How long did it take before you said, oh boy?
Yeah, that's, if you've been following the White Sox closely, which few do outside of the Chicagoland area, you knew when they immediately promoted Chris Getz to GM and Jerry Reinsdorf decided not to do a serious search for a proven GM. They kicked Chris Getz up to that spot. Chris Getz decided not to do any vetting or managerial search after Pedro Grifol had a 100-loss season in his first year as manager. Decided, you know what, we'll just keep Pedro. We have a plan. Things are going to turn around. You know, we're in the ever-forgiving AL Central, so we don't have to do much to get back to competition. That was all just lip service for maybe season ticket holders and just for folks to hear what they wanted to hear. That was back almost a year ago. But the diehards, the folks that have been following, we knew that that's not possible. And if they're not changing anything, and if they're not getting serious, this is going to be a really rough 2024.
Nick, how did this happen so quickly? Remember, they talk La Russa out of retirement. They win 90-plus games in the division. You know, what was it, in 2021? Didn't Pat Hughes leave broadcasting the Cubs to broadcast the White Sox because he said, I want to do a World Series, and I think the team that has a better chance to be in a World Series in the next 5 or so years is the White Sox? So he left Cubs television for White Sox radio. How did this happen?
Yeah. So, yeah, Len Casper, actually.
Okay, I'm
left,
sorry.
I believe it was the Marquee Network at the time to come over to ESPN 1000, the Chicago, to call the game. Yeah, with the hope that he could call a World Series game. And it did look at that time that, of course, the Sox, of the two teams in the city, the Sox were on their way. You want to talk, I mean, there's so many different issues that went into play of how this thing completely failed. You know, I honestly, I don't know if bringing La Russa was, of course, the right decision at that time. We understand why Jerry did it, trying to right a wrong, really, from the 1980s. And, hey, La Russa won 93 games, as you said, and they won the division, and they won a playoff game. But you're talking about a core that we had, a young group after the Chris Sale trade in the fall of 2016, where we had all of these top-end prospects and all of this young talent, and we were talked about as winning winter meeting after winter meeting, and everybody slapping our old GM Rick Hahn on the back, you know, in December. But Jerry Reinsdorf refused to spend serious money for serious talent. I mean, we had Machado in the building. We had Bryce Harper in the building, you know, on and on. You know, he didn't finish off the job. He was really leaning on these young guys all to hit, and injuries and just completely just other guys just falling off, like Tim Anderson, who, you know, is, I think, out of baseball right now. Yep. You know, and others where we look around and we just say, wow, was that just bad scouting? Was that bad analytics? Was that overall just poor judgment on the front office, which is all true. But ultimately, you know, when we had opportunities to bring in critical veterans and spend the money, Jerry Reinsdorf did what he usually did, and he went cheap and he went lazy.
All right. They win their game. They end this streak, but obviously things aren't getting better anytime soon. Do you think this team is going to set the record for the most losses in a season?
You know, I think they have a great chance to do so. I'm going to still say no. I feel like they might rally a couple games here and there. You know, you talk to certain Sox fans and some say, you know, we want the record. We want that. We want Jerry to wear that, you know, on his resume, so to speak. We want Pedro Grifol to wear that, that he was, you know, the manager during this time when we set the record. Others, of course, you know, they don't want the White Sox to be remembered that way, and I understand it. I sadly believe that even if the Sox set the record, no true change will actually occur. You know, that's where we're at as Sox fans. I don't think we talk nationally enough about how bad Jerry Reinsdorf is as an owner, as a baseball owner. Fisher, of course, in Oakland, which the Sox are playing right now, gets a lot of talk, but Reinsdorf has just kept this team where they are for so many years. And I'm hoping for change. And if the losing record creates that, where I'm talking about the GM being gone, Grifol and the coaching staff gone, then so be it. But It's dark times as a Sox fan.
Do you think the franchise is in trouble? Because, there's talk of, hey, they need a new stadium. Well, they ain't getting a new stadium. I mean, come on. The Bears may not even get the funding for a new stadium. So the White Sox certainly aren't getting a new stadium. I mean, you got to go back 35, 40 years. White Sox entertained the possibility of moving. Do you think their franchise is in trouble?
I don't think the franchise is in trouble. I mean, the Sox play in the third, fourth, arguably largest market. If you had an ownership group that really understood, we're in Chicago. How can we not make this work? How are we not spending the money? How are we not playing at the top of free agency every single year? We should be a coveted landing spot for the big names in baseball. I think if you had an ownership group that thought that way, that stopped trying to run it like a mom and pop, they brought in more analytics, more smart, forward thinking, team of rivals, so to speak. Jerry doesn't want to surround himself with anybody that doesn't think his way. He's going to do it his way. He doesn't want anybody coming in here saying, well, actually the good organizations do it like that. No. He doesn't want to hear that. So sadly, we just need him to go away in some fashion. I think a new ownership group would say, we're here in Chicago. We don't need to go to Nashville or Portland. So I think that's all just empty, threats like he did so many years ago to get his way. Our governor here in Illinois, Pritzker, he is on record as saying, he doesn't believe public funding for stadiums for billionaires, and that goes for the Bears and, of course, for what Jerry wants for the Sox.
Nick, thanks for your time. All right. Glad you at least get to do a podcast coming off a win, but hopefully you'll make time for us in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. Have a great rest of the day.
Nick Murawski covers the White Sox, co-hosts the Good Guys Talk Back podcast. Follow Nick on X, Nick_GGTB, standing for Good Guys Talk Back. Jerry Reinsdorf's 88.
All right. I have to ask a serious question, and I appreciate Nick coming on. That was great to get the perspective of someone that covers this team, and he did a very good job. The odds of Nick ever making a second appearance on our show because the White Sox are worth talking about again.
30
over under 2025. No, 2027, sorry.
Oh, under. See, here's why. They've got two pieces that people want that I think will get dealt. They got the young lefty pitcher, and they got Luis Roberts, the outfielder. So they could make a monster deal here, whether they do it in the offseason. Also, I like I mentioned, Jerry Reinsdorf's 88. That something dramatic could happen here with this franchise. So I'm definitely going under.
Okay.
I think,
and I didn't mean that to be, I don't want people to take that I'm being disparaging towards a guest. We are so appreciative of every guest that comes on this show.
Right. No, this wasn't a Nick thing. This was a White Sox as a topic thing.
Right.
Right.
Like, will we have a Tigers guest before we have a White Sox guest?
Oh, wow. Now, does it have to be Tigers specific, or if we bring somebody who's a Detroit guest and we ask him a Tigers question or two, does that count? Or does it have to be like Nick is White Sox specific?
Right. I would say it would have to be Tigers specific.
Ooh.
I'm trying to think of, there are teams that we bring on from time to time. And I think we did a Pirates talk a while back when they started.
We did.
We're not afraid to go to a team that's making a little bit of a run, but you know what I'm getting at here, Dave.
No. We're not afraid to bring somebody on who's appealing to 13 to 19 people. No, we're not. We're that show. We're willing to do it. I think we go White Sox before we go Tigers. Tigers are remember, this goes back to the question I just asked you, what's the worst position to be in? I could make the case I'd rather lose 120 games than lose 85.
You might be right.
How do I sell 76 and 86? I can actually sell 40 and 122. I can.
You can, huh?
I can. Nowhere to go but up. And I'm making changes. I'm firing people. Come on. We're going to turn this around. I screwed up. I'm not going to do it again. I'm listening to you. Okay, finally. Owner's listening to us. Bob, I can sell it.
But a little tougher to sell 77 and 85.
Yeah. Great for another fourth. Well, great. Look, what do they look like to you? Huh? Like a fourth place team. Oh, that's exciting. That's
Where
good.
are you
Lot
going
to
to
look
go?
forward to here.
Where are you going to go?
Yep. Thank you, Cincinnati Reds. And we bet on them.
Yes,
That's
we
my
did.
fault. I talked you into that one. That's on me.
They're
You
not
listen to
done
me-
yet.
No, they're beating up on the Marlins. That's because I got everything right last year in baseball over-under. So you listen to me this year, and well, you should have known it couldn't happen 2 years in a row. Miller and Moulton. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock. The Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Irish, I don't know who takes over when Reinsdorf. I don't know. I don't know if that stays in the family.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, the Diamond District bonus hour, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks for being with us. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two. We've got 2 double headers. So we know we're making 2 bets. We just don't know who they're on yet.
We wait until the doubleheaders are over. Whoever won game 1, we go with the loser of game 1 and game 2. There are more splits than anything else in doubleheaders. We've done pretty well betting the splits this year.
Now, okay, the both doubleheaders also are 20, 30 minutes after the first game. So just so
That's
you know.
a tough one. This is
right.
May need a text from you today, David. May need a reminder.
Okay, this is 3:30 today. Everybody's got to be ready between 3:30 and 4 to place your bets on the 2 doubleheaders.
Couple of different texts we've got throughout the show, David. A Chips grad. Once we told him that the Chips are playing at Pitbull Stadium, he said he feels like I have to go to Pitbull Stadium now.
There you go.
Someone did suggest the new Kansas City Stadium could be Swift Field.
Well, they got to get married first to have a shot. Hope everybody's going to be okay when it's across the border in Kansas. It could only be a few miles away, but
I need this relationship to stay together. It's the only chance of watching football with my daughter.
She'll be a Chiefs fan, though.
She is a Chiefs fan. No. She is a Chiefs fan. I mean, literally, it's the only team she recognizes now, even more so than the Steelers. I don't know how her mother's going to take it, but the Chiefs are her favorite team, not the Pittsburgh Steelers.
So I think it's safe to assume she was not a Chiefs fan before they started dating.
She didn't know who the Chiefs were before they started dating.
Okay. So if they break up and she starts dating another NFL player,
she would switch teams in a nanosecond. I realize my daughter's one of those, and there are, I worked in hockey for a long time, and most of the players that I was around were sports fans. Every once in a while, you'd come across a player who had no interest in sports, none whatsoever, could play the game, but had no desire to watch it, had no desire to watch anything else. That's my daughter. She's an average athlete at a few sports, and I don't care. I do it for her to have something to do.
Sure.
But she likes it. She has fun when she plays sports, but has no desire to watch it. Not, women's soccer was on. She's played soccer. Hey, you want to watch U.S. and Germany with me? No, Dad.
Great. Thanks, honey.
Wonderful. She'll watch Simone Biles, but has no interest in anyone else.
Gotcha.
So it's been a tough Olympiad for me, David, trying to get the daughter to tune into a sport with me.
Will be interesting. Now, granted, a Winter Olympics in less than 2 years, but since the summer ones are the big ones, will she, at the age of 14, do you think that her sports viewing habits will be different? I mean, there's a key 4 years here.
Yeah, I feel like I'm losing every day my daughter's ability to be a sports fan, and it stinks because I would love, I hear Seth talk about his daughters watching the Devils games with him and getting all into it. I
Right.
would love to find a team that my daughter and I could bond over. I just don't see it. We bond over playing. We have a lot of things we bond over. We have a great relationship, but the dad and me wants there to be a little sports there. It's
Right.
not coming.
Well, remember 4 years ago, Seth didn't. I don't think this started 2 to 3 years ago. The Devils had to get good, and a couple of good young, cute players. That's the other thing, Mark. Maybe one of your teams all of a sudden has a cute young player in which all of a sudden your teenage daughter is like, hey, Dad, you want to watch the Tigers? Oh, really? Yeah. Why is that? I like that Spencer Torkelson guy.
Oh boy.
Really?
This is helping. This is helping a lot, David. Thank you so much for this.
I'm just saying.
This is wonderful.
And maybe at that point in time, they also get above 500. They get pretty good. You need the two to go hand in hand. Maybe there's somebody on the wings. They're above 500 now. They're probably going to start making the playoffs. That's the other thing. Your teams have not been good here lately.
No, they have not. Not one of them.
Right.
And the team that I don't root for out of the Michigan sports teams is the Detroit Lions. They're the team that's good.
Like, let's be honest. If Taylor Swift was dating Travis Kelce and the Chiefs were 6-11, we wouldn't be seeing a lot of Travis Kelce and the Chiefs. So, there's a good chance your daughter wouldn't be a Chiefs fan.
I don't know. That Taylor Swift's pretty popular.
No, I understand. She's got the power. There's no doubt. She
That's
is
over the needle.
She is Mark, I believe the kids call it an influencer. Yes. She's definitely that. That is for sure. 17, 24, 29 are the magic numbers, by the way. 17 days to week 0, Florida State, Georgia Tech. 3 weeks Saturday, 24 days away. First Saturday of the college football season. And it's 4 weeks tomorrow, folks. 29 days away. Ravens and Chiefs. Taylor Swift. Oh, yeah, Mahomes and Kelce, too.
And then the Peacock game on Friday.
Mm-hmm. Listen, I got to give, who's it, Gutenkors there? I know I mispronounced his name. The Packers GM.
Right.
I got to give him credit. He was interviewed in the last 2 days about the opener in Brazil. And he said, well, I'm going to try to give you the glass half full answer. Is that okay? Good for you, Brian. At least acknowledging this is a pain in the butt.
Is it ever?
That's 13 hours from Green Bay. That's a 13-hour flight from Green Bay. 13 hours. That's go to London and come back. From Green Bay.
And come back.
Yeah. Go to London and come back.
Make a U-turn at London and come back. Don't land.
Right.
Just make a U-turn.
That's how long, because we thought at ABC ESPN that we were going to get that game because ESPN's actually on in Brazil and none of the other networks are. And we thought that was going to be the deciding factor. Plus, we knew Fox wasn't going to do it because Brady's first game wasn't going to be in Brazil. And CBS wasn't going to want their first game with Nance and Romo to be there either. So we thought it came down to NBC and ESPN, and we thought ESPN was going to get it. So I was looking into travel arrangements. Even Troy on his private plane, it's about 10 and a half hours from Dallas. So he said, I'm trying to emphasize the fact that I know it's an Eagles home game, but there's no way it can be as tough playing in Brazil as it would have been playing in Philly.
Got that right. And it's not like it's not a big game or anything. mean, two teams that have expectations.
Oh, yeah.
High expectations for
Sure.
both.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? This could be a tiebreaker, whether it be for wild card positioning, whether it be they're both division champs and they finish tied and the winner's going to end up hosting the game. I mean, yeah, they both made the playoffs last year. It'd be put it this way. Which team would surprise you more if they missed the playoffs this year, Eagles or Packers?
It's a great question. It is a really good question. I would say the Eagles. Slightly.
Because of the division they play in?
Yes.
Very interesting. The Vikings owner came out yesterday and said he's holding both the coach and the GM's feet to the fire for how things go this year. Really? You got rid of Kirk Cousins heading into this year. You have expectations?
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh boy. Over under on number of times we hear that.
Well, let's see. We'll do 13 weeks, right?
Right.
Maybe 14. So I think we have to put let's just say it's a 7.5. We have to put the over under at.
Over.
Man, I want a bell. I do. I want a bell, and I want us to just hit it and never explain it. I'm going to get a bell. I am going to add the sound effect. We could test it out. Mark, does my headset pick up the bell? Boom. Want to egg them on a little bit since we're both going over. And you want to know.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 till we're done talking. Final segment on this hump day. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hoping to talk with the FIU athletic director tomorrow. Making the deal with Pitbull. Renaming it Pitbull Stadium. Selling Pitbull's vodka. Hosted Pitbull concerts. Did you also see he's coming up with like an anthem, a theme song for FIU?
Uh-huh.
I'm just saying.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah,
I mean,
it will. But,
if
you know,
Beck
I mean,
would have named the stadium, he could have just gone with loser.
Wow. Wow, look at you.
They're awful.
Yeah, but they don't think they're going to be awful. Come on.
Well, now they've got a couple $1 million and a half extra between
Yeah,
Pitbull and the field naming rights.
Yeah, I think a local Kia dealer is paying about $350 a year to name the field after him. I mean, see, at Alabama, to name the field after you have to win them 6 national titles. You know, it's now Bryant-Denny Stadium, you know, Nick Saban Field. You know, FIU, you just need to, you know, be the highest bidder. And, you know, it's probably only a 2-3 year contract.
What would you buy? I told you I'd buy a bowl game. What would you buy?
Oh, boy. Let me think about it while you do this, all right?
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
1782 we start today. George Washington creates 2 honorary badges of distinction and a badge of military merit. That is now known as the Purple Heart. First time military awards are presented to common soldiers.
Wow, he did that before he was president.
Yeah, he was the commander of the army at that time.
Right.
Today in 56, Ted Williams was fined $5,000 for spitting at Boston fans, the 3rd incident in 3 weeks. He really did not have a great relationship with the fans in Boston, David.
No. And it's why when he homered in his final at bat and they were applauding, trying to get a curtain call. He didn't come out. By the way, who won in the end? Who was revered post-playing days?
Ted Williams.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think the Boston fan that was spat at would live on through time.
I understand. By the way, a Boston sports writer wrote when Ted wouldn't come out and acknowledge the fans after his final at-bat home run, he said, "Gods don't take curtain calls."
Today in 1990, we sent troops to Saudi Arabia beginning Operation Desert Shield. Today in 92, the San Francisco Giants announced the sale of their franchise to a group of Tampa Bay investors. The move ended up being blocked by other investors.
And then, think about it. This is August of 92. Not only does the move get blocked, they then go win the bidding for bonds that offseason because he's the San Francisco Giant in 93. And then McGowan takes over and he decides, yeah, tell you what, we got the land. We're going to build our own stadium. It's not going to cost you guys anything. We're going to own everything. We're going to make all the money. But we're going to build this Pac Bell Park thing down by the river.
Or the water.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
The bay.
There you go.
Ocean. I don't know.
One of them. Body of water, David.
There you go.
Today in 99, Wade Boggs becomes the first major league player to hit a home run for his 3,000th hit in the Devil Rays 15-10 loss to the Indians.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't he slide head first across home plate when he got, and then he got to home plate and he dove? I thought he did.
Today in 04, Greg Maddux earns his 300th career win in an 8-4 win over San Francisco. Bonds hits 756 today in 07. Jim Furyk fired a 58 at the Travelers today in 2016, the first player to shoot a 58 in a tour event and the first PGA Tour pro to card 2 sub-60 rounds. Ichiro joins the 3,000 hit club today in 2016. That same day, Michael Phelps won his record 19th Olympic gold medal. Alan Page is 79 today. Bruce Dickinson from Iron Maiden is 66. Charlize Theron is 49. Sidney Crosby, 37. Kyler Murray, 27. And Jalen Hurts is 26. What did I miss, David?
Well, first off, I thought you were going to pause with Charlize Theron at 49 there.
I apologize.
Thought she was worth a pause. But secondly, so in terms of accomplishments in life, where do you put Alan Page?
He's up high on the list, David.
I mean, he won the MVP award, I believe, not just the Defensive Player of the Year. I believe Alan Page in either 70 or 71 won the NFL MVP award, a Hall of Fame defensive tackle, and then becomes a Minnesota Supreme Court judge. What have you done with your life? I mean,
that will make you feel a little depressed about what you've done with life, David.
Wow. Don't we all kind of look around and go, well, all right, maybe I underachieved a little bit. Wow.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good, we go to Michigan, where a Michigan man won $2 million on a scratcher. He uses his friend to buy tickets. He said, whenever my friend goes to buy lottery tickets, I always give him some money and tell him to buy me a few too. So what do you owe the friend who buys you the scratcher worth $2 million? You gave him the money for it. It's your ticket. But what do you owe the friend that gives you the $2 million scratcher?
10%?
At least.
No, seriously.
No.
I mean, 15%? You go 300 grand? Also, you lose, how much of that 2 million do you lose to taxes? And
Right, 10%, 15% after taxes, I think would be more than fair.
So about $1.50.
Got to give them something.
I agree.
We go to New York for the bad, where a transit authority worker needed a vacation so badly that he lied about getting slashed on the job, and going as far to cut his own hands to try to sell the ruse. His goal was to get the summer off because it was too hot down there after his hoax was exposed. And that's like your mom trying to take the day off with a brain tumor.
Yep.
I'll be back. This guy wanted the whole summer off.
No, my mom called in sick as a school nurse to work, and because she went out, one of the very few times my mom ever partied during the week, and I was standing right next to her when she called in, okay, and they said, okay, what's wrong? And she said, I have a brain tumor. I must go. And they're like, well, when are you going to be back? And she said, tomorrow, and hung up the phone.
Finally, the ugly, we go to St. Petersburg, Florida, where Dr. Isha Persad, she's a 34-year-old dentist. She was getting her husband Taco Bell and McDonald's for his birthday.
Ooh.
And it all starts well. But apparently a squabble ensued, and she threw a soft-shell taco at her husband, striking him on the right side of the face. When a patrolman responded to the couple's St. Petersburg residence, the burrito was still on the victim's face. The man, who's been married to her for 5 years, said he was not injured by the Taco Bell menu item.
I would hope not.
But she was arrested for domestic battery and booked into county jail.
Hold on a second. A soft shell taco is domestic battery? Wow.
Burrito battery at that, David.
I mean, I understand if it was a hard shell, but come on now.
You can get some volume on a soft shell burrito.
Oh, I understand.
You could throw a heater with that. Hot sauce could get in the eye. A lot of bad things could happen. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, August the 7th, 2024.
By the way, what do you feel about her going both McDonald's and Taco Bell?
Well, I mean, David, for you, that's love.
Oh, there's...
I mean,
please.
You heard that story and went, how is this the ugly? She went to McDonald's and Taco Bell.
I was going to say, I'm thinking, wow, I need to go to at least a florist, maybe a jeweler. Yeah. I mean, I think Todd and Jason are going to use her in their ads. You got that big date coming up. Make sure you go to McDonald's and Taco Bell and top it off with visiting one of us. So,
I mean, that's a run for the border and then another run. I mean, that's
right.
You would think that's true love. I would love to know what happened for her to start firing burritos at her husband.
What's the appetizer? What's the appetizer? Which one do you eat first?
Probably the Taco Bell. Probably going to knock down a couple of tacos, go to the quarter pounder with cheese and your French fry, and you might sandwich it and then have a burrito supreme on the back end.
Oh, look at you. See, you know me. I eat one thing at a time, so it would be one or the other. Obviously, everybody's playing today. 6 afternoon games. 2 of them are, well, actually, 3 of them are doubleheaders. Turns out, Mark, the Arizona-Cleveland make-up doubleheader is a 1 and 4. The Yankees doubleheader with the Angels is 4 and 7. So
we've got to pay attention today, is what you're telling me.
Yes, 3:30 and 6:30. Okay, I will be reaching out to you, going, hey, pay attention. What's going on here? And otherwise, no sense paying attention to the White Sox and A's, since the White Sox
nothing
won.
to pay attention to anymore.
No. Nope, they'll play in obscurity for the rest of the year. So, hey, you got a bunch of good series going on, though. A bunch of them. Potential playoff matchups here. By the way, Yankees back in first with the Orioles losing last night. The Orioles had a great deadline, acquired all these players. They're not playing winning baseball. Haven't for a while.
No, they have not. Big one for the Royals tonight. The Red Sox have gone in and taken 2 from Kansas City. Royals have to win today.
I agree with you. I agree. Boston a half a game back in the wild card race, but a game up in the loss column over Kansas City, who's played 3 more games than Boston. But game 3, Phillies-Dodgers tonight, MLB Network. So there you go. I mean, our Reds continuing to whoop up on the Marlins. I think they've won, 18-5 so far? First 2 games of the series. And the Rays are in St. Louis. Both teams a couple games over 500, trying to hang in there in their respective playoff races.
Rays have Bradley going to the Hill today. They're a slight dog in that game. You can get odds on the Rays today if you wanted to bet them on the road to try to win that series against St. Louis.
And both the Rays and the Marlins playing tonight, if you're inclined to watch. So there you have it. What do we got in the Olympics today? I think we have women's hoops, don't we? Since we had the men yesterday?
Would make sense, David. And we have a lot of track and a lot of field.
Yes, absolutely. And we also have women's golf starting today. Don't know if people will be as interested, but, I think we have 4 Americans in it because we had 4 in the top 15. So I think 4 Americans in it.
See if anything happens with Ayuk today, if he is dealt, as that continues to go on with San Francisco, and now Ayuk being able to court any team that he wants, but it still looks like Pittsburgh and Cleveland are the front runners if Ayuk gets dealt today.
I have to believe, because remember, Ayuk, this whole thing started as a sit-in or a hold-in, if you will. And I have to believe, Mark, that this gets rectified in the new CBA, that the owners are going to ask for an 18th game and to rectify the hold-in, and then say to the players, just give us a list of what you want.
So you think no more hold-ins?
No.
That they've had it with this show up and get paid to not practice.
Yeah. You're either holding out or you're practicing. One or the other. Miller and Moulton, have a great rest of your hump day. Thanks for listening.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry Services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is not.
Do you have the name of this AD? Are we going to promote that or?
Scott Carr.
All right. We are rolling.
Coming up Thursday on Miller and Moulton.
FIU AD Scott Carr will join us to talk about the Pitbull naming rights deal.
Pitbull. Wow. Thursday, 6 a.m., Miller and Moulton.
That works.
Okay.
Probably should end the stream.